in Discord. Is there a link already? This is later than the last time we did this, right?
It's actually probably just a touch earlier. Close to the same, maybe a touch earlier.
I remembered it being 11, not 12:30.
Here's a message of importance to millions of people who are continually pale and washed out, weak and run down. Doctors will tell you that these conditions are often caused by a deficiency of iron. The iron you need to keep you physically fit and mentally alert. Medical studies show that 2 out of 3 women and many, many men lack the daily iron your body requires in a form your body can easily use and put to work. Every dose gives you more than your daily minimum iron requirement.
We are awake, we are aware, we are not alone. We are striving for more.
So if you're not getting the iron your body needs,
We are awake, we are not alone.
if you feel weak, run down, and are easily upset,
We are striving for more.
start taking iron today.
Thank God it's Friday.
Happy Friday, my friend.
It's Friday, my dudes.
And a happy Friday to you all. Welcome to Have No Sphere right here on the Iron Realm Media YouTube channel. My name is Josh Corey, and in true Iron Realm fashion, we absolutely, positively refuse to be on time. However, in rare form, we were early today. So big thanks to Mike for allowing us to make that happen, because it just doesn't usually. Let's just jump right in and say hello to everybody. Let's start off with Mr. Walter Johnson, because I really wasn't thinking I was going to see him tonight. You might know him from his little channel, Flat Earth Head. They're on the YouTubes and the various other platforms. Walter, how the hell are you?
I am good. I am glad to be here. I couldn't miss it. I really couldn't. I mean, we had an amazing discussion with Mike last time, and we didn't even get to the topic that we wanted to have with him. So, yeah, I can't imagine what's going to happen tonight. So,
yeah, I was going
you guys
through.
hear me yapping all the time. There's no point in me saying anymore. It's a good day, rainy, electric coming in and out. I may pop away. If I do, I'll hop on my phone and get back in as quick as I can. So, I am here. But we are. The weather has been apparently tragic all across the country. Everybody's flooding and raining and washing away. So y'all pray for everybody that's going through it. But yeah, I'm here, and it's been a good Friday, and I'm excited. So let's knock this thing out.
Let's do it. You know, I was going through pictures for thumbnails today, and of course, the friggin' elephant picture pops up every single time, and I almost grabbed it, but I wasn't sure if you were going to be here or not. So I thought, well, I don't know. Do I include it if he's not? Do I not include it if he's not? Which elephant? That's a good question. I'm here sort of in southern Missouri. We've got a whole natural spot down in southern Missouri called Elephant Rock, and there's a whole bunch of stuff going on down there. I need to go take a little bit closer of a look at right after the at. So, yeah. Let's just jump right on and move along to Mr. Zachary Zabala. You might know him from his channel, Good Times for All, mainly here on the YouTube. Zach, how are you doing?
Hey, Josh. Hey, everybody. Yeah, happy Friday, my friend.
I just gotta.
Happy Friday, my friend.
Every time I hear that, I get a big old grin. I can't help it. It's like hearing the pop. I'm telling you, man, you got to turn it on, Josh.
I did.
It's just, it's awesome.
You know,
Did you?
I
How'd
can't.
it feel?
I can't complain about something if I've not actually experienced. Well, I can, but I just look like a big old hypocrite. So I did. I made the effort, tracked it down to find out where I could finally turn it on. And then I realized I keep my notifications turned off because I do a show 3 times a week. So once I turned my notifications back on, then it started going off. It's like pop. I'm like, oh, okay. It's like pop. I'm like, all right, fine. And hour later, it's like pop. I'm like, all right. It's like pop. It's like, hey, babe. You know what that is?
That's another flat earther.
That's another flat earther. So then I had to type in a chat there, and Skype was like, all right, I think I like the pop. So I can't bitch about it. I tried it. I like it. I eat my words. I was wrong. It's not nearly as annoying, and it is just as satisfying as you said, Zach.
Good. I'm glad to hear it.
All right, damn it. I guess I'll turn mine on after the show.
Yeah. You're going to instinctively want to be pissed, but it's just a simple little pop. So the most annoying thing is when you're listening to podcasts.
We sound like such old, grumpy old men. Josh.
I don't want those notifications on in my yard.
Keep your notifications off my pull down. All right, let's get this shit.
Which pop are you referring to? The
the David Weiss on his Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app. He added a feature. Yeah, you can turn it on to where every time someone gets the app, you hear a little. Or I think there's a ding, or there's 3 different noises you can pick from. But yeah, I love the pop.
Or
it's just a little.
Don't sell it short, Zach, because this is
new flat earthers being born.
If you keep the app open, if you have the app open, you can set your own ringtone, ladies and gentlemen. So
you can say science,
or just scream out flat earther or whatever you set it to. So yeah, you can customize the ringtone and it'll play it when the app is open.
Israel writes, an angel gets its wings.
Oh, God.
All right, let's roll over and say hello to Mrs. Cammie Nodell. Cammie, it's your big day today, my dear. I'm so happy you're going to choose to spend at least a little bit of time of it with us. That even come out right? I don't know, but we're so glad to be able to talk to you again. You might know Cammie's channel, Aisling717 on YouTube. How are you, dear? And happy anniversary.
Well, thank you. Let me get my voice back. It's been a great day. It's hot and sticky here. And I'm loving it. 22 years today. I cannot believe how quickly time goes. For those that don't know my wonderful husband, Bob, 22 years ago today, we joined Two Kindred Souls, and life has never been boring since. And I mean, never been boring. But I think it's really special when you meet a kindred and a soulmate and the intensity of it. And I feel so blessed and lucky that I found mine. And sweetheart, if you're listening, just so you know, I would do it all over again. And hopefully you can even, we're going to be on the show for a little bit. It would be really cool if you maybe even joined in and I could have a little bit of time with you. Feeling pretty lonely. So we'll throw that little open invite out to my sweetheart.
Nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
Loving it. Pretty special stuff there. But yeah, thank you so much, Josh. And it's good to be here tonight. It's always good to talk to Mike, one of my favorite people to talk to. I could talk to him forever. And I'm hoping to have that opportunity. I really am. Everything you say is fascinating, Mike. It really, the studies that you go into, the way that your mind works, and the work that you're getting done. Looking back, you're on my list as some of what I would call one of the most productive and instrumental. What's the word? What is the right word? Because my mind is going right now. The word of like really uncovering some truths that people weren't looking at before, and in such a non-fantasy way that you're approaching it. And I really, really appreciate it. I appreciate you and all of your hard work and your friendship and your attitude and just you in general. So welcome.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
I just introduced our guest, STELLIUM7. We'll let other people go. This is his show back here. I am your hostess, the worstest hostess that sometimes I'm at a loss for words on a audio show, and that's just never a good thing. So I'm going to let somebody else take over. But thanks everybody for putting up for me. I'm a little bit teary-eyed tonight.
No, it's perfectly understandable. I think if I had to live with Bob, I'd probably bring tears to my eyes too. No, I'm just poking fun. It is catch your breath. It is really an awesome, amazing thing that you guys have come this far and gone that long, especially in today's planned obsolescence, disposable society in which we've become. It's very awesome to see that you guys still going strong, and a power couple nonetheless. So congratulations to you both. And then, yeah, STELLIUM7. We had STELLIUM7 on immediately after we got a strike on this channel, on the last strike that we received. So when we did go live, it was actually on our Iron Realm Media podcast channel, which is our backup channel. So if you're not subscribed over there, tootle on over there and hit that subscribe button, because you never know when YouTube's going to hit us with another copyright strike or community guideline strike. Who knows? They like to mix it up on us every once in a while. But yeah, head on over there and do that real quick. And it was an awesome, awesome show. It just wasn't exactly the show that we had planned in the location in which we had planned it. So we did do a little replay. We replayed it live on this channel. And it's just not the same as going live, doing a live replay from another channel. So this is a really good opportunity for us to then sort of put the past behind us and move on from his younger days and learn all of the bits of wisdom that he's now gained through learning from his mistakes as a younger child. So everybody, welcome STELLIUM7 back on for another exciting episode. Glad you could make it.
Thank you for the invite.
Anytime, really. When we say the link is there, use it anytime, it's no joke. If you just bookmark it, if you save it, if you whatever it is, and next Friday we'll be live. You wanted to sneak in, you could literally click the very link you got and it'll get you in. And that goes to anybody with that Zoom link. It really is the same link we've been using for years because we are just that lazy.
It took me 3 days to shift my schedule to your time, just so you know. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't think you're up very often.
This guy's a temporal traveler just to be here with us. Thank you so much for doing that, Mike.
And we are live 12 hours earlier. I mean, we could have done this
We could do this on the morning show.
Yeah.
It could be your evening, afternoon, I think. Is that how it would work?
Yeah, we started 5:30 here. That'd
So
been
like 12
another-
hours ago, basically. Essentially, we would have just ended up.
This is
together.
Friday. This is Friday evening for you there, right? So it's the main attraction.
Yeah, you are definitely the main attraction.
Absolutely. But yeah, anytime you want to hop in on that morning show, if it's more, working out for your schedule, your normal, unaltered schedule. But certainly glad to get you over here on the right channel, man. Like I said, it was a great show over there. And as Josh said, we definitely got a little off track. And it became one of my favorite shows we ever had just because the conversation was so just on top of things I love and, grew up interested in. So now
some fun stuff.
And I keep pointing my brother over there because he was just like you, early on adopter to all the stuff, always trying to hack everything, life in general. And it was okay. Let's go start that. We're not going down that path again. You've been lately though, Mike.
Yeah, I was it was fun to find out that Cammy had a hacker in the family too.
Man, he's
And
been on
that's
fire
right.
lately too. He has
Absolutely.
been on fire, Mike, with his bounties, they call them, hacking
Uh-huh.
into where he's supposed to be hacking into, and then letting them know about it. Man, he had them, the CEO and like all the heads having a 9 a.m. meeting the very next day. I mean, he shared it at like 3 a.m. and they were all having the meeting by like 9 a.m. Like, whoa, we got to get this under control. So yeah, he's been doing really well, having lots of fun.
White hat.
Yep.
Good. I cast my gray hat off to the side long ago.
So yeah, man, the Titans. What got you into this idea? Was there like a video that did it that made you think, hey, maybe?
Just stumbled into it, really. Yeah, it was a whole bunch of different threads. It was looking at stuff from Mud Fossil University that was, he's talking about rapid petrification. It was Jay Dreamer's videos on petrified titans, and he was looking at Roger's work from Mud Fossil University and kind of looking at that, and something by Wakey Wakey that was about geology and some of the kind of weaknesses that existed in the mainstream paradigm and narrative that I wasn't aware of. So I just took for granted the whole 16 billion year timeline that they give us for the universe, and all the galaxies and black holes and all that fantasy. And I was always interested in mythology and the looking at the parallels cross culturally between different cultures and their views on cosmology. I never considered that it was anything but superstition. I thought it was symbology and metaphor, but it didn't occur to me that a lot of the past, when it came to things like giants and possibly titans and different events, and things like the Greek god Medusa and these different ideas, that there might have been any truth to it. I thought it was more archetypal and just the way that we would discuss inner experiences, that what it means to be human and that kind of thing. But when I saw those videos, and this is a good year or so after meeting Alex, and he got me questioning Earth shape big time. That once I churned through hundreds of hours of videos and did a lot of empirical observations myself when it came to distance and just tons of research, then I started realizing, well, maybe I should look at other things that I just took for granted as well. And it seemed like a lot of geology was potentially up for grabs, because if the whole space thing is fake, then what is the Earth really? And maybe there's a lot more credence to the ancient views of the world. And they definitely had a lot more wisdom back then, it seems, based on what came before. So
yeah, science tells us they were all ignorant, Mike. All those older people, they didn't know all the cool like phone stuff we know and all the cool clickety point stuff. So they were definitely less intelligent, less informed, less technically advanced. Correct? Isn't that what we were told?
Those ignorant heathens were worshiping nature, for God's sake.
Right? What were they thinking? Trees are alive? Idiots.
Well, we're the pinnacle of
exactly. We're the top notch. Right.
That's what I tell myself when I drive home from work every
day. Pinnacle. Yeah. It's a total mind fuck, really, to go through that whole process and then to start questioning, looking around you and going, well, because I always quantum physics gets you all thinking everything's abstract and it's just your thinking is creating reality and it's all nebulous and there's no concrete reality really. And then you got multi-universe theories and, it just, so I grew up very much in the space paradigm. I was a NASA fanboy once upon a time.
Now, for those that didn't recognize, I'm sorry, I have to bust in right there, and you need to stand up one more time. For those that don't recognize the shirt I did right off the bat, this is from the video with Alex Michael.
Right? This is a classic.
The
There
clown.
he is.
I
There
don't
he
want
is.
to talk about NASA
That's the
ever
bartender.
again. That's the bartender.
Oh, that's awesome. Man.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I am being so rude, but I had that flashback. Go ahead. Now that I totally interrupted your train of thought.
The hat was Alex's, and it was like 2 sizes too big. He's got a huge head, which I suppose he, all that gray matter. He's making use of it. But yeah, he's got a big one. So it's you could probably see it shaking around in the video.
I thought it was all the book sales.
What's that?
I said I thought it was all the book sales that gave him a big head.
Yeah, I've been trying to get a book for 36 years, and he's published 6 in the last 3 months.
Funny how that works. Just got to do kids' books, you see. Kids' books, or try young adult books, but make it about vampires and just work your own storyline right in there.
Yeah.
Make language sparkly, though. If they're sparkly, that's a plus.
Oh, jeez.
Mike is the secret head of the Illuminati, and we're the Illuminati.
No, stop.
Nora's got it pegged. You got it, Nora.
I think I came across a picture of her earlier. I was looking through some of the Denver stuff.
Oh, we had so much fun in Denver, running around the hotel.
That's what I'm going to make a T-shirt that says.
I've got amazing. I could do a whole documentary on that with my footage.
How about an Illuminati white hat or white hat Illuminati? That's what it is. And Mike's the head of the white hat Illuminati. Out there trying to make the world a better place.
Don't put me in the head of anything.
Trying to restore the old world order.
I can't keep track of lots of detail. I'm good at pattern recognition and abstract, connection of ideas and, visuals. But if you're looking for somebody organized to run things, I'm not the guy.
Not the administrator.
Shit. I'm always looking to pawn that off on somebody.
Yeah, but getting back to your question, Zach, in the town here that I live in, there's a mountain that's called Mont Go, and it from a variety of different angles looks very much like an elephant. And so after seeing these different videos of these channels that I mentioned, I started going, there's no way, because it looks a lot like an elephant, and not just from one angle, from a variety of different angles. And so I got on Google Earth and started zooming around and looking at it from lots of different angles, because you can look from above down, or you can tilt it and rotate and zoom around. You can use it to look at buildings and cities or star forts, or to, in this case, looking at the mountain. And after about an hour of doing that, I was just like, this can't be happening. This is just too weird, because and immediately the skeptics who don't know anything about this, if they're listening in on this conversation, would be like, it's pareidolia, it's you're just recognizing something that it's a trick of the mind. It's not really there. Or the doctrine of signatures, things look like things, but they're not really things. It's kind of the idea. And but in this case, it was like from multiple angles, and there was an eye socket. So there was an actual cave right where the eye would be, and the eyebrow ridge and the whole head shape, and there were cutouts where the neck was. And you could even make out like the spine and the rib cage coming down the side. and I just it was too much. And so then I was like, okay, I got to take a step back from this for a second, because this is in the realm of crazy. And the other thing that kind of
Oh,
got
that's
me
great.
just pondering the idea of it, because I believed for a long time that the world, the universe that we live in, is fractal. It's um, holographic, it seems, and that there's this repetition of size and pattern across, all scales. You go into the micro or into the macro, and so that was that there was a video by Roger Spur, that he's going through this, what he believes is a 900-mile long dragon in the Sahara, and he was
Right.
referencing scripture, and different things that were written by Plato, and talking about this
Different,
battle
right, myths and right,
between
right,
myth
right.
and the Leviathan,
Oh, I'm all about it. That's where I got it too, man. That's where I think we all started checking out Roger, going, no fucking way. Just like flat Earth. I mean, no
and then when we
fucking way.
started zooming in on the gullet, you got the plume. It looks like plumed feathers. It looks very much like a dragon head, and
Well, dude, I mean, and the internal stuff
something
too
on
is what
to it. It
blows
looks
me
very much
away.
like a fish. Sorry,
The
what?
fish thing, no, I'm excited about it. That's why I do that, Mike. I get pumped up, man. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to overtalk you, but yeah, just when he goes and starts looking internally, and I know you've done that as well. That's when my brain just breaks apart, because I mean, I was a biology major, and it's like, okay, hello, fucking hello. What can you see that and not go, yeah, there's something going on here.
Right.
I'm sorry. Go, go, go. I'll shut up.
No, that's the thing, is you're a biology major. I'm a chiropractor, and I studied biology. I studied anatomy. I studied histology, which is the study of tissues. And I'm looking at Roger, dissecting this dragon in the Sahara, and who knows what dragon anatomy looks like. But he's talking about these different injections that go into the main gullet, and it looks like
I
the
know,
thing's
dude.
fire or some chemical poison thing on the poor fish. That's
Well, just
the
looking at the the
starting
the,
to
the
decay.
satellite views and the ideas of the runoff, and if you know anything about body decay and putrefaction, and it's, yeah, oh, it's brain breaking, brain breaking. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm just like, okay, I'm going to take a step back. This is, but I also feel that we should give each idea its day in the sun, and not just like wave something away because it sounds stupid. How many times have we done that and found out we were wrong now in the last 5 years, especially? It's like almost everything you take for granted is truth. When you start to dig into it, you find out, wait a minute, wait, where's the truth? you know, um, so looking at I decided, okay, now I need to think rationally, and if there's any truth to this whatsoever, it should be at least analyzable, maybe not provable. And so I sat down with the anatomy books that I had in chiropractic college, and started, looking through the anatomy of the eye socket, because I remembered from my studies that basically skulls, even though have wildly different shapes, the overall bone configuration, at least in mammals, is more or less the same, even though the overall morphology of the skull can be very different. So I figured, the human anatomy book would be a good starting point, because I remembered that the eye socket is made up of seven different, what they call, well, there's seven different bones that make up the eye socket, and they meet at these points that are known as sutures, or fissures. Fissures is an opening where nerve and blood vessels pass, and sutures are where the two bones are meeting. So, like in the skull, we have the frontal bone, and then we have two maxillas, and then this is the vomer, which is the nose. But these bones meet right in here, in the skull of all the vertebrates, and then there's a line across here, and and then inside there the lines are in specific places. So I decided to get a laundry list of different things that I would expect to find. Like I had been up in the cave in the past, several times, just hiking up there, because it's an amazing thing to look at, and really had been puzzled by the really bizarre formations inside the cave, because there's all of these stones that are inside the cave, and it's huge. You can't even imagine. It's like 3-story, 4-story building high, the opening. And the on my channel, you can see it with the thumbnail. I can show some stuff in a little bit, but stick with audio for now. So basically, I went up with a laundry list of things that I would expect to find if there was any possibility that that was actually the eye socket of a giant being. And at that point, I was toying with the idea that it was an elephant because it looks like an elephant. Could be any kind of pachyderm, I suppose, and really, I suppose, any vertebrate. But it's known as the elephant here in this region because it looks so much like an elephant. And in fact, you've got the eye, and then just behind the eye, on the right side of the mountain, there's a quarter moon shape there that's a discoloration compared to all the stone around it. And I thought that looks a heck of a lot like an ear attachment. And yeah, so that's kind of how I got onto the subject initially. And then when I went up to the cave within a couple hours, and I was taking pictures and filming when I was up there, I found about 10 different anatomical correlations inside the cave. That's a lot. And some of them are very, very specific. Like one correlation in particular is in all vertebrates, we have the frontal bone, we have the maxilla, and in humans, right here in the maxilla is a hole called the infra, means below, orbital means eye, foramen, which is the opening of the small opening that's in the bone there, and blood vessels go through there, and nerve, for the facial nerves and whatnot. So in an elephant, especially an elephant that's lying with its head tilted like this, that's a little further forward, and then it would be here going that way. And after looking at the anatomy in the book, I remembered that there had been this other little offshoot of a cave, and it's in that exact place. So that was when I started. I'm getting them again, just talking about it. Started getting
The truth bumps, right?
goosebumps, yeah, because I'm like, what the heck, and so between the macro anatomy and just what I began to find in the eye at that point, I was already up to a list of about 20 correlations. So that's when the I'm not a math major, and I love math, high school math, I love geometry, and I loved odds, and I played a lot of backgammon, I played cards, I loved games when I was a kid. And so I started thinking about, okay, well, it looks like an elephant from one side, that could easily be pareidolia. It looks like it from a bunch of different angles. Wow, that's a coincidence. It's got a big, deep crevice of a canyon between where the back legs would be. That's another coincidence. It's like, and the more of those coincidences you stack up, the more you're like, there seems to be some kind of a pattern at work here that goes beyond random chance. And how many of those coincidences do you have to experience before you start? You have to consider the possibility, no matter how absurd the possibility is. And around that time, because I was already on this before I went to Denver, before I met some of you guys. There was a Globebusters show where Bob was talking about this concept of a preponderance of evidence, and just really being frustrated that all of these different things that stack up in favor of no motion, we see too far, all these things that we discuss, that the more of those you add up without having some other thing to counteract it, to balance it out, the less likely it is to just be some trick of the mind. Now everyone's gone. I feel like I'm here all by myself.
Okay, I don't want you to be here all by yourself, because I've almost.
Sorry. I'm definitely here, man. Oh Lord.
I've been trying to. In fact, I started busted in.
Instead, you guys know what I thought. No,
No, no, no. You are just breaking my brain all over the place. I'm trying to keep up. Lord, Lord, Lord.
I want to, if this is a good point, I'd like to because I
Are we?
wanted to bust in several times. Can we hear me?
We do hear you.
Loud and clear.
Loud and clear, probably too loud and clear. It was way up there. I want, because I have a lot of people like question. I have so much respect for your work and what you're doing, and I also have a great worry with what's going out there as far as things getting diluted. I want to speak some differences in some of the things Mike is doing and things I respect, and I think as far as the integrity of work, things that make this such valid and good work. He is explaining his steps, why he went there. He looked at it.
Right.
Pareidolia. It's like looking at a cloud that looks like a bunny rabbit, and it's like,
Right.
wow,
And we see that, and that's a
we
true
see
effect.
that.
It's a real
It's a
thing.
true effect. You can have it, and again, even or a rock that looks
But
like
then
a
go
bunny
inside
rabbit.
the mountain and let's talk.
But you, okay, right. And he looks and he considers it from all of the different things. Now, he doesn't create any sciences. He doesn't create any special effects. He is doing nothing magical. He's observing and he's testing. Each place he stops and he tests and he experiments, he gathers more data and he continues with it because nothing has blocked him out of it. And he keeps on continuing and continuing. At no point is he inventing different organs of a body that didn't exist in order to fit into his model, saying that elephants back in this age had a python organ or something that does not exist in regular mammals or animals today. He's not inventing any extra organs. He's matching up with empirical, meaning experimental, not fake, but actual, like touching up what we know, that if you take apart and dissect an elephant or different mammals and open them up, and what you see, where the bone structures are, how it lines up, where the nerves come together, where the bones come together and mesh. And he's inventing nothing. He's just taking from what's learned by himself and other people and going through the data and saying that this data matches up. I'm going to compare this. I don't know if I need to go through, but I'm going to compare it to a different mythology that I think will dilute the hard work that people like him are doing just by mixing the two different ways of thought into it, because I think this is going down a lot of the globe earth fallacies. Let's say you think all mountains were melted brick, and you look at a building and I can even show you pictures of bigger bricks at the bottom of the building that are obviously different stones, different granite types, feldspar, different stones of different materials intermixed with the bricks, right? To look at those and say that plasma hit red bricks, and the red bricks spontaneously changed into these different minerals, did not disturb other bricks in the pattern. Maybe I should bring up a picture for this or that. In other words, this would be like a fake where you're inventing a mechanism where one stone turns into another by a magical plasma event that you can't reproduce, but you're saying, well, open door, it could happen. And it's like, okay, but if it did happen, then you take it further. Why aren't all of the red bricks going into the same stone? Or is some of the base material in the red stone, or some of these chemicals what are needed for the minerals that are in there? No, people are not taking it further at all. They're looking at things, they're building pictures, and they're inventing forces. They're inventing forces in order to make their story work. And I'm using like specific examples without specific people, but I get told to look into a theory over and over again. And my problem is not that I would have a problem if all mountains were melted bricks, even though it sounds hysterical or stupid to me. I have to admit, I thought flat earth, it sounded stupid. And I would have thought earlier what Mike is saying is stupid. And now I don't approach it that's stupid. I take it one step at a time and I say, what is the research you're taking to get me to there? If the research is based on what I would call globe earth fallacies of creating special powers, and that, unless you're saying this is a possibility of how it might work, you should be able to scale it or have some type of knowledge database input saying that the material in this stone is feldspar, mica, and quartz, which is granite, and the red brick is this, and you should be able to show how this brick could turn into these minerals, or how even some type of science that exists to morph them, as opposed to saying they got struck by it got really, really hot. It's like, no, people have taken bricks and made them really, no, hotter than that. So it's a different type of science. And I want people to pay attention when they're watching videos and say, how are people getting to this is like really important now. It's fun to say, are you watching this for entertainment, or are you watching this to discover reality? If you're watching this for entertainment, I think it's great, and we all need entertainment and it's happy, but I think we need to distinguish the two, because that's what's happened in Globe Earth is they intertwined real science or real knowledge with a fake story. And so my biggest paranoia is that happening again and getting overwhelmed for it. So I think everything should be really broken down. And what Mike does is he's approaching it brilliantly, that in a way I respect that he's like looking at it, assuming that it's not assuming, not taking it, not saying, wow, I found this giant Titan, but he's matching things up and he's saying, you guys, look, this is really interesting. Then you can match it up with mythology. You can match it up with all types of ancient history and stories saying that things were bigger in the past. And not only were they bigger and the atmosphere different, but you have stories of when the Titans were fighting, that one of the tools they had was being able to turn things into stone. That's mentioned in all of the old mythologies. It's like having the wand put at you and turned to stone. Or you have also in the science world of petrification, where things are petrified and turned into stone. That happens. They fossilize. That happens in reality. So you're looking at two very realistic pathways to get to what Mike is saying, both in mythology and in science. And without inventing anything, he's taking and he's doing the data and not inventing false forces, not inventing fake anything. He's just trying to learn and go forward. And so I'm stopping his story and what he's doing, and I want him to go further, because I want people to really take note, pay attention in their head what truth sounds like. Because this is the type of stuff somebody should be thinking about and going through when presenting truth, instead of just saying this is real because it looks like this. Look, these look like little squares, and there are no straight lines in nature, which, again, if you think that, you haven't looked at crystals growing. But even, again, a lot of brilliant people will say nature does not draw in straight lines, when nature produces straight line. So it does. So in other words, don't just buy the taglines from anybody, no matter how much you respect them. But even with that, so I might not believe every single thing that Michael comes up with, but I'm going to put a lot of added respect to it and added weight to it, that I know that he's not going at it fanciful. The other end of the story I can put to this is my favorite Zack and I story recently is a lot of the times, no matter how well you do your research and no matter how well your intentions are, you can get things wrong without intention. So the story would be, and it even got spread to people in the chat, this is a true story. I'm moving here. Our next door neighbors that are a lovely, lovely elderly couple and just terrific. They have this beautiful tree that we were looking at with these flowers and fell in love with it. And they told us it was a vanilla tree and that the pods were vanilla beans, right? And so we were looking and thought it was vanilla. And then I'm with some people that were in the chat and I'm pointing it out to them. Wow, this is that tree there, that's vanilla and it's vanilla beans. And then I started looking into, for some reason, vanilla on the computer after telling her that, for some reason, just looking at it, I found out the vanilla does not grow in our region. We're too cold for it. It snows, and that it, in fact, was a magnolia tree, or I'm trying to remember if it was a magnolia or whatever. But I was spreading something as truth and telling people maybe even to harvest those beans as truth, because I got it from a source I trusted and passed it on, and nobody had a reason to lie. So even when you think all of your things are in order, stop and check your facts and throw things up into a truth filter. It's always a good time, even when you think you know all your facts, to do a word origin on this word. Where did it come from? And I'm going to let Mike take over from here, but I just want to say how much I respect your work because of the way you get at it, Mike.
Thank you, Cami. I appreciate I mean, wonderful thing.
As I did my rant and interrupted everybody from your great work.
Well, there are so many things that I wanted to talk about, so I'm just gonna. Well, I'll take the last thing first, which is, you know, when if we're seeking truth and we're looking for answers to things, and we're doing it honestly with ourselves, then, you know, if we, especially if you have a channel and you're promoting ideas, if you come across something that proves you wrong, and you find out that what you believed wasn't true, and you don't make an effort to rectify that, then, you know, why? That's not seeking truth. And a good example of that is in my very first video, or one of my first videos. I mentioned the World's Fairs, and I lived in Rome for 2 years, and I went to the top of St. Peter's Cathedral many times. I know what buildings of that scale are like. I was in Florence as well, and the thought of something that massive being made out of wood seemed like a complete impossibility to me. And the only pictures that I saw of construction were like the ladder leaners, you know, and it was like grayed out backgrounds in the skies, and you're like, is this manipulated, or what? You know, what's really going on here? The building already seems to be complete, you know. But I've seen videos. There was one by Wooden Nickels. There's somebody from a Discord that I'm in, named Eugenie. He's got a channel called Retrospect Trology. I'm sorry, I always forget, but he's only got one video there. It was an introductory video, and he just hasn't gotten back to making more videos. But he was showing incredible footage of every stage of the production of those fairs. Now, it doesn't mean, I mean, there were probably some buildings that were made out of stone also. It doesn't mean that what happened at the World's Fairs isn't bizarre and very different from whatever the mainstream narrative is. But I was saying this is impossible. These had to have been made of stone, etc. So I corrected that in a live stream with I think I was with Rodrigo at the time, and I showed those pictures because I thought it was important for people to know, because I wasn't the only one who was seeing and thinking that. And so, you know, there's a lot of credibility that's lost when people are like, you know, making these grand claims about things, and somebody's like, yeah, but what about this picture and these other 5,000 pictures, you know, that that prove what you're saying wrong.
Right.
So and I was, you know, aware of that. I When I did my master's thesis for chiropractic college, I did a literature study. I didn't do an experimental study. And literature, a properly done literature study for the topic that we did, which was crazy. It was spinal manipulation technique and its effects on autonomic disease. So different diseases that are affecting the autonomic system, right, the nervous system, and what kind of evidence was there in the literature to show that chiropractic manipulation or adjustment has either a positive or no effect or a negative effect, you know. And that was incredibly difficult subject that I worked on for a year. We had a 7-page bibliography, and it was all published studies that I read every single study. It takes an incredible amount of work to do that kind of research, and that's just a literature study. If you're actually doing experimentation, then you have to do all these statistical analyses and break everything down with SPSS or whatever the gold standard is now. I don't know, but, you know, some software, and you need a statistician who knows what they're doing, and especially if you're going to do anything that's randomized, double blind, controlled, you know. But this was just for masters. It wasn't like a PhD thesis. And so I got a taste of how this, you know, we had classes on the scientific method and coming up with the methodology and all of these things. And so the last thing I want to do, being in a small town where I am here, is be the completely, you know, wacko chiropractor that thinks that the mountain is an elephant and all the rocks on the beach are petrified organs and probably is a flat earther as well. You know, it's like, it's a kind of a nexus of labels that doesn't really get to the essence of what I did on my channel, you know. So I've been very cautious.
Either. Huh.
Sorry, I didn't hear you, Zack.
Probably not good for business either.
Yeah, well, there's a Facebook group here that's got 25,000 people on it, and they're from all different nationalities. I've never once shared any of my videos on that because I've seen the cross section of thinking that's there, and watched it through our whole pandemic 2 years there, and 99.99% mask compliance, and it just it's frightening. So I wasn't exactly interested in being known locally as the guy,
Yeah.
but I stand by the work that I did. I don't, it's not that I'm ashamed of what I did. I just like, it's just mixing business and pastime, hobby, but anyway, so after getting wise to the idea that there might actually be an eye and there possibly an ear. Yes, you have a question,
Trying
Walt?
to find my mute. Yeah, before it gets too far away, it has been requested in chat that you share some pictures. Do you have any? We can
Mhm.
get you you should be able to share now. If not, Josh can give you that power. I may be able to give it to you. You should have it already though.
You should have it. Power should
Yeah,
have
and that
been
way, I mean,
distributed.
because dude, this stuff is great to see it, and we're so often
Yeah,
on
it's
radio where we can't show things on the radio. So here that we're on video, let's definitely share some of that with everybody.
Yeah, I've got
And I
so
wasn't trying
many.
to stop you. I want you to keep going, but if you have things to demonstrate and show, it just click away. Be aware though, you will be showing everything if you're not careful. So don't reveal, passwords or any of that stuff while you're sharing your screen. So
Yeah. Let's see. We'll bring that down there. I have that. Just there was something else.
and I was trying not to derail you, man. I'm sorry.
Cam was talking about scalability and brick melting. I just want to say real quick before we forget and move on to something else is that I've seen a whole bunch of people saying there's no bricks that are melting. I've seen pictures of melting bricks. I've seen vitrification in
Yeah. No, there are some.
There is melt, but
Mhm.
it's different from what they're talking about.
And it's not all mountains are melted bricks. It's there's some architecture built into mountains, and there's ruins and that everywhere there's an abundance of it, but it's not every mountain is nothing but.
Yeah.
And I could be making a war on this one, but
There's
I've been to a lot of mountains.
any freaking this is it. This is the only answer for
There's never one answer, just like
has that ever been the case?
Because technically, legally defined, there's no difference between hills and mountains, and so your little mount that you're talking about, that you're doing it, therefore that could not really be a titan. It would have to be a melted brick. That's what I said. Is what they're doing is diluting reality. This is what I have a problem with, is when you take out other people's work or say what's going out by the excitement of all something is something. It's not.
Right.
So I don't think this is a melted brick. And
that creates all these factions and people are warring
right,
against
right. I don't
right,
mean to
right
be
is wrong. It's like, so that's where, to me, syncretism and this like the ability to do like what Joseph Campbell did with mythology, looking at the overlaps of everything,
right.
and seeing that the nuggets of truth are probably where there's multiple cultures talking about the same thing. And it's the same when it comes to a lot of stuff, but everyone can get on a very one track mind, and I and then also all of us to one degree or another. Yeah, we're all experiencing what I call paradigm blindness, because each and every one of us has grown up with a whole load of programming, and even though we're trying to deprogram ourselves and figure out what's really going on, there's a whole lot of stuff we don't even know we don't know, and
there's a lot of deep programming we don't even know we have. Also, there's a lot we're not aware of this, in there programming us.
And I'm probably, like, with the smoke coming in here, I'm probably hitting this. It probably sounds like too rude or coming across on the people. I want people to look at the ruins, and I want people to look into all of the history and the ruins and the hidden history that's there. I just feel that it's not even a different faction, but I feel sad when anytime like you call all something, all this is that. Very few things can filter into that, and like everybody else, I have enough people hitting. I would, it almost feels like I'm being trolled with it, that you have to look at it. And it's like, but I have looked at it, and I think it's sad that we're trying to make all something that again. I feel like it's like the globe story when we're creating things or doing it. I think huge pieces of it are real. I think there is so much hidden history, and everybody looking at the ruins, there can be nothing but good coming out of them for them seeing the histories and being able to take them away. So I think what they're doing is beautiful in a way, and looking at them, I just wish that they wouldn't and tried to divide it by calling it an all. Is that fair?
That's absolutely fair. And as I was saying, we all get excited, Cam, and we get excited, Mike. We all are passionate about the things that are touching our hearts and our soul. That gives you those chills you were talking about.
And it is the true
gets us
chills. I
excited,
get
we
it.
can't help but talk and get pumped up and want other people to see what we're seeing and make sure we're not crazy. And it's hard sometimes when that passion bleeds through, and then it does come across sometimes as I'm right and everybody else is wrong. And I hope we never come across that way here. We are always trying to find another answer and another question, and probably more question than answers most often. That's what it's all about, is question the fucking answers.
Right. And again, I put out things, and I put out possibilities. And so I think it's okay to put out possibilities and things as possible at this thing. But I'm asking people, be careful when you call things direct backs, to use some due diligence like Mike does. You're not saying
now, just to ask. And can you see each other as well, or just my screen?
We can see everything.
Beautiful.
Yeah, we're good. We see you. We see the screen. Yeah.
And I'll quit whining.
And the thing about the way this thing shares, if you want to draw on the screen, if you kind of scroll to the top, you'll see an option drop down, and you just click on that, and you'll see pointers and arrows and circles and all kind of little fun toys to mess with.
That didn't happen. Where's the drawings?
Let me see. These view options, and if you see annotate, scroll at the top. When it drops, hit that view options, and then you'll see annotate.
Oh, there it is.
And then from there, you should be able to just play and have all kind of fun. And we can do it as well if you want us to help you draw along.
I'm on a mouse, and
I can draw a really good trunk.
Really bad at drawing, so I'll just use the mouse to trace it. So you can't see the eye that's around the corner from right here. This is the quarter moon shaped ear that I was talking about. See the slope of the head, the upper back, and then this section of the side is missing. This is cleaved off, and then there's a deep canyon going up here. But it's a lot easier to show on Google Earth, so I'll bring that up. But it's late here, so Montgo is sleeping right now. You can see the eye is closed, but we can wake it up.
He's sleeping. I like that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So this is what I was talking about before. I'll try not to go too fast. So is the resolution all right?
Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah, it looks great, man.
All right. So this is not really showing what the interior looks like in another video, or in the fifth Unveiling a Titan video. The second and the fifth are about the eye. The first video is just an overview of the series and the different basically chapters of how I presented the information. And then the second one was strictly the eye, and that was all of footage and my thinking and the anatomy and everything, just showing. Here, I'll just pull it up actually.
You beat me to the tusks, damn it.
Oh, it's not letting. Okay, I need to do it on YouTube. It's not letting me preview the video.
So to share the actual video itself, you may have to go back and choose a different share screen option. I'm not sure. Let me look. Hang on.
I wasn't playing it yet. I was.
Well, I know when you go to the choose the share screen, there's a choice of share audio as well, and then like optimize for video or something. You should, like I said, just stop the share you got, and then when you reshare, you should see those choices. And you can pop in and out of both those shares at will. Just if you get stuck, holla at me.
Pause the share. Advanced sharing options. No. I can't even. Oh, stop video. There we go. Oh no, that wasn't the right one. Stop video. Here, wait. Let me just run a video and see if you can. You ever seen this video by Mr. MBB333?
I love his work.
This is an amazing video about these stumps in Madagascar, and
I've reached out to his channel,
shows
to
these
his
leaves.
info a few times, trying to get him on just to have a discussion about some of the sky phenomena that he's freaked out about and how we could maybe get some different spin on it for him. But I do not think he's open yet to flattening out things.
Yeah, can you hear this?
A lot of extensive research.
Absolutely.
Yes.
On this particular edit.
Yeah. Anyway, these are the leaves. These are like the size of the Empire State Building. pretty fascinating. But okay, so the video is working. But what I wanted to show you, the problem is this is what I was talking about before, right in here. This is that infraorbital foramen, and
Now this is your channel, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So, just as an overview,
Wow.
Now you're not going to strike us with this, are you? Oh, fucking.
There we go.
So you
YouTube will take care
went
of
here
it.
and did all of this. This is your video, right?
Yeah, this is here. Well, we can
Hashtag test it.
So I'm just looking at all the different elephant species. Vast differences in skull shapes, even among elephants, like huge differences, right? And this is what I was talking about before. So this is where the eye socket is. This is the temporal muscle, and then there's these sutures, whereas here they're basically sealed up and you can get. So there's I mean, that you see how specific that is.
Absolutely, dude.
And then once
you see
get
that
inside the eye,
pitting along the side of the, like, I don't even know how, I'll have to look at your picture again, but there's a distinctive pitting that I keep seeing on that hillside or cliffside or whatever that I've seen 1,000 times walking through pastures growing up on cow bones. That, like, long lines of pitting, almost they would say caves, or wind did that or whatever, but that's how bone decays out in a pasture over time. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just gonna. I never really showed the macro view. So this section here of the whole cave of the whole mountain has collapsed. So the left eye and the left ear are destroyed, and here they're still intact. And you can't see the eye until you get close. You used to be able to see it from as far away as you wanted, and I show that in the first and second video, because after I made the second and the fifth video, they went in Google Earth and they changed it. So now you can't see the whole mountain and look in the eye anymore like you could before.
Oh.
So this section here,
it has to be done on purpose. They have to edit that out.
Yeah, and it's kind of like, it's really funny. It's like wink, wink.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wink, wink.
Nudge, wink, wink. So yeah, so with the macro and then inside the eye, which you can't see here, but in the video, I have the footage inside the eye. This is looking across. Look at the shape. It's very organic when you look at it. This is coming across through here. That's right where that foramen is. See that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I see it all the way through too.
So this is getting into the optic fissure, which this is an actual elephant skull, looking at it from different angles. And in the cave, there's a crack. You'll see it in a second here.
Wow.
So this is what I was talking about. You can really see with the colors. So notice how this is a big crack, and then there's this line here, and then these fissures go down. This is where the optic nerve and the blood vessels are going for the eye. This is the infraorbital foramen, and on elephants is over here. And so inside, this is what I was talking about before with the suture. And it's right in the same spot.
Wow, look at that.
So that's what I was talking about before with odds. You know, after a while, it's like this is the optic fissure, and it's in the exact same place as that, as you know, when I showed you it there. It's in the same location. And this is the eyeball, and this is where the sinuses are. It goes down, and there's a small tunnel, and you can go through on either your belly or on your back, and it's like 4 or 5 meters long, and then it goes and opens up into a cavern. I show that in either this video or the 5th video.
Wow.
Yeah, so I'm looking at all the anatomy and I'm comparing it, and that's what Cami was talking about. It wasn't just a flight of fancy. Like here, this is those fissures that I was saying. They're going down at about a 45-degree angle, and it goes around, and then over here is where the optic nerve is, which I didn't discover on my own. I was there with friends showing them, and that's why I made a 5th video about the eye once again, because this is atop the eyeball, and I had theorized that this clump was the remains of the eyeball. But what I had not noticed is that the whole back side of this is all covered in a 10-inch thick crystalline layer, and the front side is not. So this whole back side of this shape is that's the suture.
Wow.
So that's going down the optic nerve area.
And where the two bones come together, it's crazy because the mountain shows it.
Absolutely.
Right, and that's looking up the optic fissure. And if you look at these two halves, they didn't break apart. They're different from each other. It's not like there's no grain in the rock here that's on the other side. So it's not a split that then separated.
Yeah, no.
And much of it has a very organic look to it when you're inside. So at this point, I say something like,
So you went it.
"Oh, so you're wide-eyed yet?" So that's what we were looking at, right? What are the odds of that?
Would have broken and thing that grew.
I mean, this is what an arterial vein, complex looks like going through bone. Has similar look there.
Product of
All of this is inside that cave.
And he really surprised me when he said,
And
back. We were.
Yeah, so this is inside.
No, nothing in the.
And that's not snow, that's dust. It's crazy. It's the only time I voluntarily worn a mask in the last few years. But it's massive, and you have to get through that by going through this narrow channel. So already with the 1st and the 2nd video, there were like 20 anatomical correlations. And so then I started looking into this section of the mountain here, because I thought, well, if there's an eye that's so well preserved, maybe there's an ear. And I've told the story a bunch of times now, but as I started to try and find a trail, this section here, I was looking at which road I needed, and the canyon name was called Barranc del Mediodía, which means the Barranca of midday. And then as I was looking for more information online, I saw the words Cova del Mejdia, and the Cova means cave in Valenciano. So right off the bat, I discovered that there was a cave there that I didn't even know existed until I went looking to see if there might actually be a cave. And it turns out the cave is right in the center of the you can see this this is the 30-second opener. I have a 90-second version that's a real good visual overview of the research on the mountain.
You said you had 20 points of correlation. Just for the record, it takes what, like 12, I think, for fingerprint course matching? Truly, I think that's what, let me look.
See, that's interesting, because now you're getting into, the idea forensics. I have no training whatsoever in forensics, but I've seen, my share of detective movies and so
right. That's why I know. That's why I'm saying. Let's see. Generally,
video.
Criminal courts will accept 8 to 12 points of similarity. 8 is enough. Good God.
Your jaw's gonna hit the floor soon. So the third video is on the ear, and you'll get a little visual teaser for that in a second here. But the fourth video I decided to do in the spirit of a forensic autopsy. Like, how did this, if it was a fallen creature, what's the evidence for that? And see if we can determine the cause of death, that sort of thing. And I think it was a head wound, obviously, because that whole front left section of the skull was crushed.
No doubt. Fucking dragon got him.
So the fourth video is actually about it's the what do you call it? It's the tissues of Montgo. It's the histology, which is the word for the study of tissue. And I'm basically looking at, well, okay, what is here? I can get into some of the pictures now. This is probably easier than live streaming. So let's see. That's not what I want. There we go. All right. So if you look at bone, like this is, if you slice through a bone, that's what it looks like, right? And the red blood is all still there. If you take the blood out of the bone, it looks like that, still kind of bloody. And you can actually go through different processes where you can remove it entirely, so then it's just bone white. And here you can see it a bit more fleshy. Now, if you look at this under a microscope, this is fractal. If I zoom in on any one of these portions with a microscope, that's what I'm going to see. It's this very, obvious Swiss cheese.
And if you keep going in, it's going to look the same, right?
Yeah, and so you can see here we have a bigger hole, and then here we have smaller and smaller holes branching off from within the bigger hole. So that wouldn't make sense from a water erosion perspective. I'm going to show you some stones here in a minute that have that. Like, does something like this erode from water? Right, that's limestone.
Yeah, no way.
And then you see there's these little micro cracks going in different directions, and then these larger channels break off into smaller and smaller channels. So in the videos, let's see, I've got to find it here. Spent lots of time reorganizing my file structure so I can do this faster. Nothing worse than waiting for people to do this stuff. Okay, here we go.
No, don't rush. The pictures are amazing. Now that's not a bone, right? That's an actual mountain.
That's limestone, right?
Wow.
It's so if you think about blood vessels, where are the blood vessels? There's the first one I found. It's like a tree branch, right? It's fractal, breaks off into smaller and smaller tubules, and so when you're looking at the copy that one. So I need that again. So, if you're looking at the blood vessel, you've got these different layers, and then this is known as smooth muscle. So even blood vessels are muscle, but they have fat in them. So they're lined with fat, and they have a fatty exterior, and then you have this smooth muscle for, you know, contraction and relaxation. And the venous blood, which is the blue side, is lacking oxygen. But the reason it's not, this is red, is because the hemoglobin, which is what oxygen binds to when you're breathing in, that's rich in iron. And so this is why the blood that's in your arteries is red, and the blood that's in your veins is a darker bluish color, because it's lacking that iron. So this is just a little little teaser at the very beginning. That's the other side, and here you can make out rib cage. There are some caves over here, some that have been actually barred off, so you can't get into them. So those have me very curious. There's one in one of these canyons called Cova del Agua that has running water, and you can go deep into that one. So that is a very interesting thing. Oh,
Well, so is the whole mountain limestone?
yeah, except what isn't iron and quartz, everything, you know, and red earth.
You mean veins? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Veins.
Yeah. In fact, in the second and the fifth videos, looking in the eye, if you look up, the whole underside of the cave is smooth, but it has channels opening up into it, and out of those channels are running red and black. So I think I got this from Roger Spur, like early on. It was one of the things that was like, whoa, this aha moment of the venous blood not having the hemoglobin. So it would make sense that when it petrified, it would turn black rather than being red. See lots of examples of there we go. So let me just switch to the longer intro, because this one's 90 seconds, and it
While you're doing that, can I give you a little bit of information about limestone?
Yeah, go for it.
Just while you're looking through, I don't know what the music is going there, but limestone is a common type of carbonate sedimentary rock, which is the main source of the material lime. It's mostly composed of the minerals calcite and aragonite, which are different crystal forms of calcium carbonate. Limestone forms when these minerals precipitate out of a water-containing dissolved calcium. This can take place through both biological and non-biological processes. Through biological processes such as the accumulation of corals and shells in the sea have likely been more important. Limestone often contains fossils, but in other words, they're saying it's forming out of, with what you're saying, in that a carbonate rock, a carbonate sedimentary rock. This is making sense chemical wise, what you would expect to see in a and as opposed to some other stones and that you might encounter there. This is making perfect sense.
There's a couple of interviews that I did with a guy named Lenny Time. He's a PhD in molecular chemistry, and he's
fabulous.
Totally, he's pondering different scenarios. He's thinking it has something to do with cold fusion or I'm not sure. It's out of my pay grade. I don't understand that.
You might want to tell him to go into look at gemology and look at their on how they grow and do this, what the conditions would be there. It's not as for it to petrify in place with the right chemicals and things like that. It happens it can happen in nature fairly quickly, but a lot of the mechanisms are already there and can be recreated in laboratories. So they don't cross over. I noticed that they do not cross over, and they should. They do not cross over geology with gemology very much. They put gemologists in trade school and they put geologists in universities.
Compartmentalization.
A little bit of compartmentalization. The differences between the two and what they do out in the field, and your geologists are going to actually probably get paid more overall, I'm going to guess. But geologists are going to look and they're going to say, like, how many hundreds of thousands of years old these rocks are, and then doing in layers and it forms and that. Gemologists are, pardon?
The whole
Carbon dating and stuff like that. Gemology, on the other hand, is a whole different thing all into itself, because as soon as the real world assigned crazy values to shiny little rocks, people started faking shiny little rocks, and people learned how to grow shiny little rocks, and people learned how to, simulate and do everything in the world to create something quickly to sell for a lot of money too, because it's like, oh, this little people don't know, but like usually 4 tons of ore is mined for each 1 carat of diamond you'll get out of the ground, and that there is a lot of work involved. So people will create shortcuts and try to fake out, and in laboratories, and we've learned how to grow, create, and do almost anything that happens in nature can be done in laboratory now, and you can grow all of this different stones, reproduce it, but you have to do this, and you have to have an art of people do it because they can do it, fool you, and sell things for more money. But then you need a group of people that can detect it. So you have a group of people that are just trained to look at things and say, do the growth patterns match in the ground, above ground? What chemicals are in it? What angle does it been light at? What is it? And you have to, again, testing something that's in a piece of jewelry for practical and legal purposes. It has nothing to do with putting ages on or anything else. It's saying that the refractive index is 1.76 so it's probably in the corundum family. It's this color. It's the growth markings are straight as opposed to curved. It has, again, the tendency that it was so perfect this was probably grown in a laboratory as opposed to underground, and different tendencies that do it. But you can recreate the same material.
Naturally occurring or native versus like
right.
a geopolymer, for example. If you're talking, like, I've been watching a lot of Paul Cook stuff, and it's like there's so much geopolymer in the old world that we haven't. Everyone's always talking about aliens, building the pyramids and whatnot, but there's so much evidence of geopolymer everywhere, and but not just in building and construction. Like when I was in the museum in Athens years ago, they had vases that were incredibly delicate and fine that were made out of diorite, which is like 2 on the Mohs hardness scale. And there's no lathe that they could have turned that on. That
Correct. Yeah.
because so it had to have been thrown like on a potter's wheel, perhaps, when it was soft, and then they just like catalyzed it somehow to turn it into diorite, which is So I think the ancients knew how to synthesize all the different kinds of stone
through vibration, and that I'm sure they did. I'm sure they knew more than we know.
Yeah,
I'm sure they knew.
Then there's also native stone, like bedrock. Like, what is the realm made of? And some places, like the White Cliffs of Dover and the coast in England, it appears that like major portions of geology that we thought were naturally occurring formations are former ancient miners, giants, on doing mining on a scale that we can't even hardly fathom. And I think that's true also. But
the other possibility is that a lot of these structures and these straight lines that you see is how nature produces, if you look at it and scale it down, how nature produces crystals. So I would call the basalt columns and Giant's Causeway and all of that natural and not cracked the way that geologists say. I'm saying that under the right conditions, like when you go down into Mexico and see these crystals that are huge, if your conditions are right, your elements are there. The difference between, this is important, the difference between crystalline, which makes up almost all solids, and when you're talking about rocks, they are like almost all crystalline with the exception of lava and obsidian. The difference between crystalline and Amorphous material, this is important, is when they form, think of it this way, crystalline material grows to get its shape. It grows up into it. The elements combine, they add to each other. It's an additive process, right? The shape is entirely in there. The shape does not come from pouring it into a container, something that's amorphous like glass. If you wanted to make a shape out of something like that and freeze it with no crystalline organization to it, you would mold it into a container. You would put it in a crystal shaped container if you wanted a crystal shape, but it's going to take whatever shape its container is. An amorphous material is basically something that got solidified into solid, basically frozen into a solid state without a chance to grow and organize. Most of the stuff here on this earth is crystalline, like the huge portion of it, well over 90% of it is crystalline, meaning that it actually had time to produce little crystals. In cases like granite and that, these are a whole bunch of little crystals that grow into each other, but the crystals themselves are in perfect platonic solids and in perfect geometry, and that is nature produces in platonic solids. It's that beautiful. It gets aged, it gets worn, it gets out everything. But if you start looking at rocks, especially again in this area here, you'll see the natural straight lines and the natural organization, because that's how crystals grow.
Okay, I've got like 4 things I want to say. We're talking about we were talking about limestone before, and as you can see on the screen, that's what you were talking about, is that mainstream geology is telling us it's formed from skeletal fragments, it's marine organisms, mollusks, coral, and that's all been crushed for millions of years and created these sedimentary layers, which are then pushed upward by tectonic activity. That's like the mainstream narrative. So the mainstream geology is telling us that naturally occurring limestone is bone, but they're not saying, that it's gigantic Titan bone. They're saying it's made of all of these smaller creatures. So I had one guy.
The ingredients are right.
I'm going to come back to that. I just wanted to say that real quick, but I wanted to, along what you were saying before, you were talking about amorphous and liquid versus crystal. So looking at blood, you've got the red blood cells that we were talking about before with the iron. So that's going to petrify into iron ore in my world here, in my theory.
And hematite and yeah.
Whereas the plasma, so if you look at, you're going to have all the blood vessels, you're going to have the fat of the blood vessels. My theory is that all the fat is petrifying to crystalline form in one form or another, depending on what the circumstances were. And then the plasma itself is made of long chain fatty acids. So that is that's also crystal, right? So if you look at an egg, that yellow color, like the plasma is yellow, egg is yellow. These are all long chain fatty acids. These are all yellow, right? The omega-3s, and this is human serum albumin. So going back to here. Why did it not open the picture? Open picture.
You could actually probably mix that in and get that to grow, by the way, in crystals, which is kind of spooky, but cool. While you're looking for your pictures, I will tell you when things die, when people die, and when plants saying that you either petrify or you putrefy. If you petrify, you turn into stone into place, and if you putrefy, you turn into a little pile of ghoul, which all of your elements are there to crystallize and turn into stone. But
then you become topsoil.
Right. There you go. Keep on going. Yep.
Yeah. So plasma, and then here's your albumins. These are your yellow fatty, and this is why the blood vessel, the inside and the outside are fat, because they're hydrophobic, right? They repel the water. So then you've got the blood vessels floating in this, and this is human serum albumin with all of the water removed, and you can see it's totally crystalline. So when looking around the mountain, I'm looking at I'm basically seeing the limestone in different forms, and I talk about that in the 4th video, the different forms that it takes, the forensic video I was discussing. But here's an example of what I believe is blood plasma, or actually here's a better.
Oh my God!
Here's a better picture from further away. Wait.
That's just petrified caviar. What are you talking about, Michael? That's epic, dude. That is so awesome.
My it's weird. I've never had this problem where I click on pictures and nothing happens.
Sorry, if you're like me, you've got like 83 tabs open right now, and it starts slowing things down. I'm constantly doing that, man. When I'm live, I have too many tabs open, and
slow down. This is something.
Things start getting wonky, especially if you have a couple videos paused and one playing that you don't realize because it's muted. And I'm the worst about having too much going. Right now, I've got 8 open because I want to show y'all some pictures real quick after this.
There we go. Okay, that's what I was trying to show you. So if you look at that, and then you look at its shape, color, right? That's caked to the limestone.
Yeah, fucking hell, you can see it, the different layers.
And look at the crystallization. That's beautiful.
Yeah, so that's
yes.
There's a whole bunch of forms that takes. So also, when going back to the fractal idea, so if you think of like hip bone being like this, you know, and then we go back to the micro looking like that. If you go
porousness,
look at the skull bone, it's a sandwich between what's known as cortical bone and trabecular bone. And the cortical bone is very thick and it grows like rings of a tree. It is layered and it has very little vascularity, which is the word for the blood vessels. And this is called spongeous bone, spongeous, like a sponge, but it's exactly the same as the trabecular bone. It's just a smaller version of that. So I've got examples of that on the top of the mountain where the outer layers started to wear away and it all looks like that. So that was getting back to, let's see, I lost my train of thought. I was going to show this also. So this is the inner ear. You've got the channel coming in, you've got the eardrum. This is known as the eustachian tube, which sometimes when people have ear infections, they actually have blockages here that can be helped by adjusting the ears in some cases as a chiropractic adjustment. You can actually adjust the ears. I know it sounds weird, but anyway, so these are
have you ever heard of the tube?
I did not know you could adjust the ears, Michael. I will be talking to my chiropractor soon.
Yeah, in some cases it can help with tinnitus or with ear infections or clogged ears as well. But anyway, this spiral organ of Corti, that's how we hear the tones and the different pitches. This is your semicircular canals, which has to do with the balance organ. So if you're feeling dizzy, you're feeling motion here that's not actually happening.
I have Meniere's disease. I know that area well, friend.
Right. BPPV, benign positional paroxysmal vertigo. You know about that with the crystals.
That's what I deal with when they get out of whack. I'm a mess, guy, and it happens regularly. That's what the Meniere's part is. The syndrome of it. Some call it disease. Some call it syndrome.
Adjustments, ear, and then there's something called Epley's maneuver. Are you familiar with that?
Don't know that one. But wait, is that the one where you get on your knees and flip your head around to get the crystal settled? Not flip it around, but you work with the position of the crystals.
Lay on your back with your head extended and rotated.
Oh, see, this is the opposite way. Okay, so the same idea. Okay, this lady chiropractor on a video we found when I was in dire distress for about 2 hours of puking. Her idea was like the opposite. You do it from the ceiling up, and you adjust them. What you're doing, you're doing it on your knees, and that way, if the puking starts, you're ready to just get it out and that kind of thing. So sorry, guys, it's really a horrible experience. But yeah, I'm very familiar. Sorry, sidetracking you.
Epley's maneuver for BPPV. If anyone's suffering from dizziness or something to look into, because it's something easy to do.
Yeah, drop that link, man. I'll definitely look into that one. It seems like it'll be a little bit easier of a maneuver, especially if I'm by myself. When I've got Shell to help me out, she can, help me when I'm in a bind. But by myself, it's that looks a lot easier. So drop that in whatever here, chat, whatever you want to do. Sorry, guys. Hated to derail it to that area, but that's good to know, because man, I would love to get some adjustments and get that stopped. It's been a minute since an attack, but when they happen, they can put me down for days.
It just depends on what the underlying cause is as to whether or not it'll help. But so I said before, I discovered that there was a cave right in here by accident as I was looking just to try and find a trail or something. I just wanted to do some reconnaissance and see if I could spot a cave, and then I found out online that there was one. And so this is actually a team of archaeologists that went in and excavated the cave. They did a 3D, think about that Aeostation tube and the ear canal. They did a 3D rendering of, they went in 3D mapping. And so if you see here, he goes around the corner, and this right here looks a whole heck of a lot like the inner ear, which I'll show in a second. They found this. If you have 3D glasses, you can fly through the thing.
That is awesome. So they really went in here and did a lot of work in this cave.
Yeah, it was the most thoroughly excavated cave in all of Europe at the time that this team did this. Oh, so now we get into the trabecular bone. I didn't really talk about this. I was talking about the plasma and the crystallization. Here you see the Swiss cheese. See iron ore caked to the sides, like all the broken sides have this iron ore. There's red earth that's caked in with iron ore in these channels. And on occasion, you'll see the channel is lined with quartz crystal. So all of those line up perfectly with the theory. This I would call cortical bone, which is its big block with very little in the form of vascularity. And if you're going to see the big channels, it's the big rock that'll typically have that, the big ones. And here you can see a little bit of the, this is what the limestone looks like. This is that section that's collapsed, and it's just a sea of this broken chunks of limestone, or limestone that's anchored into the bedrock. So I think that this whole section was shattered, and I can show other examples of that when it's mixed with the blood as well. That's a nice one. Backed it up too far.
Is that why they did such a vast excavation? Because of what they had already found in there? Those human remains and stuff, you think? You have your own theories, don't you?
My friend Alex would say, that's suspicious, don't you think? So you can see these little micro blood vessels. There's these massive chunks of iron ore all over the place. This is showing the compact bone and the way that it grows. You can see that it's larger. That would equate to larger blocks with fewer holes going through them. And the trabecular bone on the inside. So this I've already shown. So this is what they call karst. That's karst there. Oh, come on. Anyway, going into too much detail. But
keep going, don't stop.
Keep going. Okay. All right. So let's back out of that one and talk about so here is here's some native limestone. This is unbroken. It's got these little channels going through it, and if I would be willing to bet if I were to break this with a sledgehammer that it would probably have red earth with channels underneath, because I've seen it so many times. So this is earthen, and you could go up and pull one of these rocks out without a problem. Looking very mud floody, and no smooth stones. All of these are just fragmented pieces.
In Oklahoma, for a second, real quick, in Oklahoma, Ardmore, Oklahoma, when I was about 8 years old, back up to that little cliff picture, there was a cliff in this place where my uncle lived. We went to visit, and there was a cliff about that high. We called it a cliff, and we were always wanting to dig a cave into it. I'm 8. And it was literally about that high. And as we would dig these things out, they would shake like they were hollow, and we called them dinosaur eggs because, again, we were 8. And those were our dinosaur eggs. And we had probably 50 of them. And when you broke them open, there was nothing we could determine in it. All I can think of now growing up is apparently it was some hollow chamber thing, and the inside layers of the chamber themselves had broken away internally, and that's what was shaking. Because when we broke them open, it just looked like shards of the broken pieces everywhere. There was no like thing that would have been in the middle to shake.
Yeah, the ball rattling
to rattle. Right. There was no ball in there. It was just all those shards. So later looking back, that's what I finally came up with. It was the internal chamber decaying internally and breaking into pieces, and that's what we were shaking and hearing and wanting to find. We never found our dinosaur, needless to say, but man, I flashed back hugely to that red dirt and digging those chunks out, and yeah.
Is Cammie here? I don't see her on the little side.
She's here. Yeah, it just may be the view
I'm here.
have. She's here. She's not leaving us.
You can't get rid of me that easy. I know.
Yeah, that's like the color of the soil in the backyard. What you're looking
at. That's what I grew up in Mississippi too, where I was a really young child. It was red dirt. I'm thinking of the smell of playing in that red dirt right now. Oh, getting chills.
So here you've got like all of it. You know, you got little chunks. You've got some very clearly defined crystals, and then some of it is it looks melted, like the crystals lose their sharp edges, and it starts to become more like there you can see. I think, you know, this is.
When you find things, we're going to do another neat fact for you. Other fun terms. When you find something that's got all the crystal points and everything is sharp, you call it a primary deposit. When you see the rounded edges and the weathered on it, you'll usually call it an alluvial deposit, meaning it's had water and stuff running over it. So that's a weathered, just meaning weathered, a weathered deposit, an alluvial deposit, as opposed to an alluvial you'll find a lot of the times in the riverbeds and that. This is almost a primary deposit gone alluvial, because it looks like you're in your correct starting place. But that's how they, when picking up, if you picked up a rock from there, and this is kind of a misnomer on the way that you're taught, if you were to pick up a couple rocks from those mountains and give them to me and not tell me where they came from or anything else, and give them to me like a week apart, or even again in the same, not knowing that they came from 2 inches apart from each other, you would say, oh, this came from a water source. This is alluvial. You can tell by how rounded, and this is primary. This is your source. And they could, again, be 2 inches away from each other in reality. So it's kind of fun that you make that distinction. But another, like words that sound technical and tough, primary and alluvial, just meaning when you're looking at mining and looking for rocks in that, your primary deposit is where you hit your vein and go for it. And your alluvial is like when you usually pan for gold and things like that, and you get the rounded, and you can see how the difference of the fields of the crystals would be. In this case, it's weathering and spot. So I could look at your pictures forever, Mike.
See these crystals here. This is embedded in. So what you have is limestone with lots of little tiny channels. Then you have this, what I believe is the fatty layer. And then inside the layer is the iron ore and the red earth. So that's pretty coincidental, I think. You know.
And the way your elements are working, and that is perfect on it. You're right. The way that you see it crystallized there, I can see why you see what you do. It makes sense. It makes so much sense. Look at it.
Yeah.
And
it's
again,
like sometimes things actually, you know, might be what
they look like. Yeah,
they might be. But even with that, I mean, I was noticing an earlier picture where you were showing the picture of the round bulbous next to the other crystalline shot, where you had the two side by side, and showing, you know, again, the crystal form versus on there. You could see where you're seeing it in the mountain, your blood plasma versus on the mountain. You could actually see the same formations, but you could see the points and everything taking place as those elements were crystallizing or organizing from the elements that were available. That works in reality. I'm loving this. Love it.
So this is really far out, because when we towards the end of this video, on the right side, you'll see what one edge of it looks like. So one of my thoughts is this could either be connective tissue like fascia or ligament or something like that, or it could be the plasma. This is just a thought. You can tell me if this sounds feasible to you, that there's as a result of whatever causes the petrification, whether it's plasma or some massive, you know, electric event or whatever it is.
Are you ready for this? in nature, it's not going to be your heater, your things there. It usually has water involved. Waters and liquids. It's usually changing over from liquid to solid state. And so it happens most around water, more than like getting hit with a plasma or heated. Heated could liquefy things where it's cooling, then it could crystallize. Would be an option, but you'd have the burn and other marks from that. But water would be your
I was just trying to understand why they would line up like this. I was thinking there was a magnetic field involved. You know, but and as far as water, you know, super high mineral content. Last time I was on, talking about Mother Shipton's cave, you know, and the high mineral content water there. This is
your
like
magnetics. Yeah, your magnetics. Can I answer that? Because I think that was such a good question that you snuck in and went on to the next one where you said, I was wondering if magnetics could be involved on the way it lines up. Yeah, well, crystallization automatically involves lining it up, but magnetization, when you're talking about iron and any of the iron things on there, your iron, when it's in your liquid state, no different than holding a compass with the little needle floating, you know, in water or suspended. Any little flecks of iron are going to align themselves naturally. If they're free flowing, they're going to align themselves with the magnetic field and line up. So you are correct. If you have anything iron involved with it, if it's like free moving when it got locked in position, it will no different than your compass or anything else. It will become like a little magnet on the field. It will become part of it and will find your magnetic field and line up perfectly. So that was a brilliant statement that I thought you made, that really does happen, no different than when you're holding a compass. So again, if it's in liquid and free to move, it's going to rotate in that direction.
Check this out. So this is I find fascinating because you've got all this lining, but you have layers this way in different colors, but then here on the outer edge, it's totally smooth, like to this. I don't.
That feels so bone-like. It's not funny. I mean, it feels.
But that's also, this is also crystal here. That's all crystal. That whole thing.
Just fabulous.
Wow, look how big that is.
Pretty far out chunk, huh? Thought you guys would like that.
Oh, I wish I could touch. That was the other thing I wanted to tell you, that while you're worried about organizing yourself and changing pictures, you have the magic of most of your pictures I've not wanted you to take off. I don't think you know how intriguing that when they're left, but letting people ponder and stare at all the details on it.
Okay, I won't feel so bad when I'm looking for stuff.
You don't. If anything, you're going too fast for my eyes, because this is eye candy. I see that little face, by the way. Now that is the what's that? What's the word I'm looking for that you're using? The pareidolia. See how I see a face? There's two eyes and a mouth.
Oh yeah, that would be pareidolia.
That would be a pareidolia there. That's probably not a guy's face, but it sure looks like one from an angle.
Oh, that's the Book of the Dead from Necronomicon, Evil Dead 2. I know that.
Here's what I'm seeing. Not quite so dark, Cammie.
Wow. Okay, now that makes more sense. Okay, that makes logical, but it's not pareidolia doing a lineup on it.
It's the remains of a valve, and this is a smaller blood vessel going off the other side.
And the ore, the iron ore,
and the ore in the veins.
Oh my God.
And the iron, I tend to agree, and I wondered too. As I
it is an iron realm after all. Yeah. It's an iron realm.
I put it where, Mike, you can see, the other people can't, but you can see on camera on the Skype feed that I've got the backyard and the river.
Picture.
We had flash flooding last night.
Oh, I didn't hear that. Y'all guys watch out. That stuff got serious in Kentucky.
So yeah, we got a little bit of the downriver from them, if you see where it is, and we got a couple inches of rain in this area. You can ask Sarah and Grip.
I mean, see, again, that's what I saw. Oh, and I have those pictures.
But you see that red.
But that's what I saw constantly growing up around the pastures, is that kind of pitting that I was talking about.
That's bone.
Yeah, I'm all out in the woods. We come across
hunting,
deer.
I'm sure. Yeah, hunters all the time came across it, I'm sure. But that wasn't really
deer bones, coyote bones.
Oh, look at the crystallization of that.
Wow.
That's.
So, I mean, it's an interesting set of correlations, isn't it? Matches up perfectly. Like, why would it? so that was the fourth video, was going through all the tissues. And then the fifth video was when we discovered. So this is one manifestation of the crystal.
Okay, for everybody that says nature does not draw in
There's
straight
no straight
lines,
lines.
and there's
And
no
here-
90-degree angles, can you blow that up for in the chat room to show some 90-degree angles of
I have one
nature
word.
growing?
Bismuth.
But
Well,
just-
anytime you're looking crystalline, this is cubic, this is calcite and limestone. I mean, this is a calcium. This is
it's like they grow and then they melt or something. I don't
well, what
understand
happened is that's really easy. They are going to grow in calcite. It's fairly soft and fairly dissolvable in that. So it's growing and it's melting while growing, and other things are running into it, and then it's getting worn down. But if you watch things, you can watch like things like this grow under a microscope, slide in real time, really easy. If you find solution, put a little bit of chemical under a slide, heat it, and do it. You can watch crystals crystallize microscopically and make these perfect little patterns. You're seeing it now macro, but this is how, when you put the elements together, rocks grow. This is what crystallization means, is the organization. The elements organize themselves into perfect little lattices. Where it looks like a mess a lot on granites and that, those are just think of building blocks that have different shapes that they can't grow together, so they run into each other. Like again, your other little pink pieces and that are on there where they can't grow into it, so you have a different shape. And so like if you take granite and put it under a microscope, you'll see it's all a bunch of all these little crystals growing into each other. And they never had a chance to get big. These ones are having enough of the element and they're not running into each other where they're getting big. It's beautiful. It's how it works in nature. That's so pretty.
So you mentioned organs before, and we never got back onto that topic. But this, I'm showing this section here because this is all the broken limestone. You can see there's no discernible pattern in any of these rocks. It's just all random mishmash, right? And then there will be a bunch of red earth and iron ore mixed in, and then you'll see crystal as well. And this is what you find all over the mountain, and it's all been broken up. And I showed you that picture of native, what I consider to be, the native limestone, which is unbroken, right? That's how it should look.
That's
And
how it seems like.
Yeah, you can immediately see if there's any broken edges. Like this is broken here. It loses this organic quality as soon as it's broken. So going back to this, I just wanted to show you a few other things. They're fascinating from a geological perspective. So here's a big retaining wall, because there's a road up here and the houses don't want to fall down, obviously, but, and that's going to video.
Okay, I just wanted to
1 second.
show you.
Come back to that. There we go. So this is further down. There's the retaining wall, and this is all stone up here. This is not crumbly earth like over to the left, that first picture I showed you. Now going down, I did a video called Spelunking Titans. That was a live stream that I did last month, and I went into a number of caves, and I went deep into this very large cave. Sorry, I'm trying to find something and talk at the same time. And on the way down to it, basically, this is from above looking down, and it starts. Okay, figured out what I was doing wrong. Here we go. So this is what I want to show you here. So this looks the same, but this is all the red here is very hard and petrified. It's and all of the white rock is just broken fragments of the limestone. There are no smooth stones whatsoever. So that was the reason I showed that other video, is just to say that when that rock is coming off the mountain, there's no way that from on the mountain down to the seashore that those rocks are converting into the smooth stones that we see at the beaches here in Javia. The ones that I'm calling petrified organs, which is, we haven't even gotten to that yet. But so this is what I'm talking about. This is all super hard stone. I don't know what the hardness is compared to these, but this is exactly what you're seeing on the other side of the mountain. That was, you know, the risk. They need retaining walls. This doesn't need a retaining wall. So I think what you're seeing there is a whole bunch of crushed bone. Imagine the femur that I showed before. You know, taking an impact. It's going to be mixed with a whole bunch of blood and little bone fragments. And that is what I think is happening there. So here you see again this crystalline.
Yeah, no doubt.
And this is,
I think when you see, you can't unsee. So good. Limestone typically has a hardness of between 2 and 4 on the most hardness scale, depending on the impurities and the type of it and that. Just throwing that out there when you say I don't know how hard that is.
So here you see the lines again, the layering, and then it's just melting down.
Wow.
And
so this melting,
I've never seen crystal form like that. That's amazing.
Is it possible that as the decay happened, there were like you know, electrochemical processes that took place between the environment, just like weather patterns that were
a little
totally
lower,
different
Walt.
during that time?
Is your mic away, Walt?
It shouldn't be significantly away.
Okay.
I just sat back a little bit. Was it that much different? Is it better now?
Meh. It just seemed like you went real quiet for a second. It was weird.
Something may be going on then, because like I said, we do have storms. Although I thought it had settled down, they may be kicking up somewhere else and causing internet issues. I don't know. Are you hearing me? Is all I'm just making sure you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. Is he low to any of you guys?
A little bit low. Definitely lower than he was. Yeah, it changed a little bit.
I don't know.
By phone, so you want to?
I have no clue. Really don't. I'll turn up. Did the gain help at all? My goodness.
So this
as far as well,
the reason I ask is I know things can do that. Like, I mean, just citric acid itself can like do amazing things. You cook a meal with citric acid, throwing it in their fish, ceviche, something like that. I'm just thinking of what would cause these melting processes. So yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, as far as weathering and that will melt, or just the elements that can weather it down. And again, as more things, you also have epigenic things happening, that as more things gather on top of it and it rains and there's more chemicals, it's going to be sprouting little new crystals of new growth and things happening. People think that rocks happened and because we were taught, and then
but no,
stop.
it's always going. Right.
But it's no different. That's kind of like saying like grass grew
like a tree
and then
did,
it stopped, or like
right.
and it stopped. No, it didn't. Rocks are creating themselves, and things are fossilizing all around you. Rocks are creating themselves all around you. And if you want truth, you just really have to, if you want to see it happening, hang out around water. Hang out around water, go and check some of the trees, roots that are growing into the water, tap them nearby with some rocks. You're going to find them fossilizing while they're still growing. Even you're going to see things, even nuts and things like that happening. It doesn't happen over hundreds of thousands of years. It happens over sometimes weeks, sometimes months, and sometimes years, but not what they're telling you. Again, if the elements and the temperature and everything is there, the organization, nature will crystallize. Nature will crystallize. Now on there, the interesting thing about your limestone and that, like for instance, it's a 2 to 4 on the most hardness scale, which can have a crushing strength of up to 180 millipounds on I forgot the little thing. For comparison, typical concrete has a crushing strength of 40. So it's quite a bit stronger than when we're talking about
Sorry, excuse me.
when we're talking about melting bricks and things like that, and even it going into the stones. You're also talking about weakening and doing things that would normally weak or destroy things, and producing, again, at some of my not go to with it, where this, it makes sense, it crystallizes into stone. Stones grow, and again, the elements that were there, the blood in that crystallizes into it. This is how nature works. It's not going to be so much usually a plasma as, again, you do see crystallization happening really quickly, like with weather, where you'll see water turn over into a snowflake. That is how quickly, when the conditions are there, that it will get to work. But for them to grow like big crystals and that of a lot of the different things, it's usually not a plasma thing, but it's moisture, the temperature, all the conditions being there. It's like a recipe. It's having like it's like rising your yeast on a recipe that you need to have it at a certain temperature, else it's not going to work. And you need, moisture, and you need all of the ingredients in place. So
But
our
you're
realm constantly puts out these ingredients, and the titans and the trees and everything, they create these elements that, again, to petrify in place. It's as things even soften on the inside of a tree, you can, with the elements, having things come together and it becoming crystal. We've seen crystals, trees crystallizing in place. Zack was with me when we were pointing out one happening live at Diamond Hill Mine in South Carolina. I don't have that picture right now, but yeah, it happens why things are even growing. People don't realize that. They want to go back to geology and go back to again, the stories. And I know I could probably sound like a crazy person telling you all of this, but it's a weird field I've been into. I watched them create rocks and things out of. I've watched it with my own eyes countless times. Again, where we synthesize the hard ones. I mean, we can synthesize diamonds, sapphires, and all of those things right now, grow them as crystals in laboratories. You can do it at home if you make rock candy. Even if you put a string in sugar water, it's going to heat up, melt the sugar, put a string in it, it's going to
Freeze a
form
water
crystals.
bottle, an unopened little plastic water bottle, take the label off. Oh, I don't remember the time. I used to have it, damn it, down. But if you freeze it for a certain amount of time, take it out and just kind of tap the lid hard against the edge of the freezer handle or the counter next to you. You can watch the crystals form from that impact end of the bottle and grow completely down the whole bottle of water, and you can see the little crystals forming and shooting out in front of it. It's the most amazing thing. I used to do it all the time, but I can't remember the time now. And it was for that specific freezer I had going. But yeah, I'm a nut. I know. Thank you.
Hippie Shake wrote a great question. Are all crystals dead animals, or can some plants cause crystals? Okay, Hippie Shake, it's like this.
Petrified wood, right?
Things can petrify, and you can have the petrified version of plant or animal, or the putrefied version of plant or animal. But any of the elements, things that are in there, like our elements, when mixed together, you put the water and the different things together with the weather conditions. Crystallization is basically a fluid becoming a solid. Just like if you heat something, it becomes a gas. You're just changing the state of material. So the materials are there, be it the chemicals are in people, the chemicals and the elements. When I say chemicals, elements is a better word. The elements exist in the body, and in fact, in your body, you have all kinds of crystals, which I'm sure you've all. STELLIUM was talking about, and I've talked about. Like my favorite is we're all human magnets. We have a little piece of magnetite at the bridge of our nose that's a perfect octahedron crystal, magnetized, and they don't tell us about it because they tell us it's vestigial, like our appendix, that we don't need it anymore. So they don't bother telling us about it because they said that it's something that we don't use, like our junk DNA, and they don't bother telling us. They've known it's there. They just don't think it's worthwhile to share the information because they've deemed it stupid. The
Wow, look at that
crystals,
red in there.
the solid is going to grow out of all. You're right, out of plants, out of it all. And again, we think about what happens to the body when it dies. think about what happens to trees or anything else. They petrify or they putrefy, or we burn them and turn them to ash. And again, we're just changing the state of the matter, but we're not adding any matter into the realm. We're not taking any away. If you think about it, it was all here and we're just recycling it. Everything we build out
Naturally
of things that was
recycling
already
it.
here. We're naturally recycling it as
Right.
opposed to what we're doing now, where we're making things that don't break down back into nature so easy, something that we're guilty about now on putting pieces together.
Zack was
Where
breaking
it
our
doesn't.
brain this morning on Ironworks, talking about ash and water and what it can do to you and how it's, all these like dangerous chemicals, fumes, etc. I mean, I never put it together. Grandma made lye soap. Literally, I can remember that, but
Mhm.
I didn't think it through that was what was going on.
Exactly what was
So
going
much
on.
information that I missed growing up with my grandma and that family that lived off the land. I remember some of it, but Lord, I wish I had learned it all.
We're always learning.
Instead of
You
wanting to
can't
be
even say that.
a city kid and wanting to have a motorcycle and go to space and all them stupid things you achieved or wanted to achieve and missed all that down to earth nature. Anyway, yeah. Did we run off, Mike? I
Probably.
think
I'm
we
going to shut up,
did.
Mike.
We
Can we
did. We
close?
ran him
No.
completely away.
Oh,
It's like, oh shit on this. No, I'm sure he
oh,
needed a
he's
break.
coming back.
Hell,
We
he
might have
probably
to
had
do
to go take a little break, and that's awesome. While he's
I'm,
getting settled back in, I'm going to show you those bones real quick. 'Cause I need to close some tabs. Is that okay if I steal from you a second and give you the share back, Mike?
Yeah.
sure, and don't show anything interesting, Mike, because I was going to go make copies. So if you could be boring for the next 90
1 second.
seconds.
1
And not
second,
showing
Kim.
it. Okay.
Oh, I'm going to show you something cool. There's the bones.
Oh.
This is what I was talking about finding all the time in pastures is these skulls with the pitting, that pitting I was talking about that was just in that first image of the mountain to the side. And I mean, any skull you pick has got some form of it or just a jawbone or whatever.
Yeah.
There's all these different little areas where the erosion, insects, nature, whatever erodes it. No, it's those, like you say, it's part of the structure, right?
Yeah,
That's the best one. Is all these pits there, especially that middle one. That's the one. The left one is a little extreme, but the one right in the middle is an example. I would see that all the time.
There's one of those pits like right below the eye and just in front, because that would be the.
Here, I'll give it back to you. I just wanted to get that and get them off and close some of these tabs.
All of them. I was just showing this on the screen because this is clearly a bit of that, what I'm calling trabecular bone, that limestone with the channels, and it's just embedded in this with a whole bunch of other broken fragments. So it's definitely not coherent. It's a mess. So to me, it looks like it was crushed and then something hit it. I was going to show what I was talking about. Oh yeah, when we were talking about limestone earlier, and the idea that even in mainstream geology, limestone is considered to be bone, but they don't perceive it the way we do.
But not a big bone, a lot of bone.
They're talking about a whole bunch of small bones crushed together. Right. So I had a guy who was a geologist that watched some of my channel, and he had actually been on I don't know what you call it when you go out and do a geology whatever a dig
he went out on a dig. He went out on a dig.
Went out on a dig, right? And so he watched one of my videos, and he was in the Discord, and he started mocking it, and I could tell he hadn't even watched the whole video because of some of the things that he had said. And he was saying, this guy's an idiot, and if he had just gone, and looked with, his eyes closely, he would have seen that, these stones that he's talking about are made up of lots of shells and fragments of. Am I still sharing screen or no?
You are. You're big. You're big screen. We're looking at you.
No, you're not. You're not. I stole it from you because I wanted to show the bones. All you have to do is hit that area at the bottom, and it should scroll up, and you'll see share screen. If you tab over the bottom or mouse over the bottom of your Zoom call there.
Where did it go?
And while he's doing that, I'm trying to on here. I'm not getting it, but this is like some of the crystals that this is a jaw I found at
Oh,
when we did our
wow.
dig.
Go a little further out. I saw it for a second. You're a little close. It's not quite focusing
Okay.
in.
I know I
That's
don't
awesome.
have a
Crazy,
good
crazy.
but you can see
Oh,
where
is this
the
your
teeth.
microscope thing?
Yeah, I've got it under my
That's why it looks
microscope,
so
and I just
awesome.
pulled it
Yeah,
from
yeah,
there.
yeah. That's crazy.
So I'm just like putting it under the microscope, but this is a jaw that you can see the teeth are actually turned into
There you go, Mike. You got
points. Yep.
Okay. What was I going to show you? Yes. So this guy was basically mocking because he said, this is what you'll see if you look closely. These little, little microscopic shells, coral. This is that description that they give of limestone, and all of that is made out of the same, I guess, molecular. What you were saying it before, was it calcium carbonate or something? What was it?
Right. Yeah, these are carbon based. They're carbon based.
Yeah. So
Carbonites,
this is more like a sandstone and the shell embedded in,
as opposed to most stuff for silicates, which would be quartz.
Right. So I was puzzled because he was mocking me. He's like, if you just looked at it with a microscope, you would see that it's made up of all that stuff. And so it can't possibly be this gigantic creature that you believe it is. And he also commented on the layering here. That if you're looking with Google Earth. So this gets back to that being intellectually honest, with yourself and like, why would a creature petrify in layers, right? It didn't make any sense. And I was finding all these other things, and I'm like, well, according to mainstream geology, this has all these dead creatures have over hundreds of millions of years died on the seafloor, been compressed under all the water and all the layers, above them, and then eventually turned into this limestone. And then through tectonic activity, it's getting pushed upward, and that's how Montgo is forming. And I'm like, okay, well, first of all, like tectonic activity, it's just going to like push this little thing up by itself with nothing else
just
around.
Right in that little spot.
Right there, right there.
Very focused. It was a very focused day for tectonic that day.
That's a pretty selective tectonic activity.
Right.
I have to say, So then there's this whole thing of them blurring out like these sections of the ear and the eye, and that happened after I had done.
You know how hard it is to stitch together thousands of pictures, Mike, especially when you're trying to do the whole round ball of the Earth. Come on, man, give them a break.
Rendering error. It's a CGI glitch. What can you say?
CGI, exactly.
But anyway,
You've seen the weird stretchy bridge. Come on, man.
So one potential explanation for this layering, because when you get up close, there's not like lines that you can follow, but it turns out that skull bone actually grows in rings, and so you can't see it here. I have shoot. Oh, here we go. Here's a better example. So how would that look from the sides? This is from the top.
I'm not looking because I'm making coffee.
That look pretty layered to me.
Yeah.
Right.
But I can tell you the skull is crystalline. We grow crystals just like those other things. We grow in crystalline yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing it, but I'm telling you what he's saying does not. I mean, everything you're saying works with the reality if you scale it down and recreate it, or again, all of the little. If you macro it, again, the same patterns occur, macro, micro.
Yeah. So here, all the gray is the outer layer of limestone, and everywhere that's broken away, it's red underneath, which I think is pretty fascinating because obviously the ear isn't there, and if you look at an ear attachment, it looks exactly like that. So whatever that, that is gone. Another thing is, thinking of the great floods, as flood waters would recede, you would get layering as well, because you get a different erosion depending on what the composition of the water is.
And as it worked its way into those little porous, pitted, fractal areas, there's those little striated pits, caves, whatever they're calling them, I'm sure.
Oh, that reminds me, I had a whole folder called striation that I was going to show real quickly, since you mentioned it. So this is an interesting thought too. If you think of layers of skin and dermis,
Yes.
all of what it's composed of, you've got fat and you've got this bloody, fleshy stuff. These are the cell bodies. So the nuclei of the cell are likely to contain all kinds of different, elements. So I imagine, if they were mining titans, there's probably all kinds of stuff to pull out. So this is another example of dermis. So it's kind of interesting that it kind of looks like bone and muscle as well, but that's not bone. That's your fatty materials, your fascia, etc., because it goes through the whole body. So it's not surprising if what we're seeing is actually biogeology, that there's going to be a tremendous diversity when it comes to the different kinds of elements and things that you find in different areas. So you mentioned striation. This is a muscle in a cross section. So you're seeing the little bundles of longitudinal fibers. This is longitudinal. So even at the fiber level, you've got the fat and you've got the muscle. And these bands here. So, if you take this up a fractal level, and that's what I was going to show you next, unless there's something you wanted to talk about, Cami, before I go on to the next thing. I was just going to show that.
I'm stirring my coffee and getting ready to see the picture. I cannot see the pictures right now. It's driving me crazy. I've got the
As you were
coffee
saying
going.
that about the mining, something occurred to me it's really silly, but as we know, truth in movies, in the Avengers story, there was a place they went looking for these celestial crystals, and one of the places was a giant skull called
Titan
Nowhere, Know, where, nowhere. And it was infamously a huge mining operation where they mined things like bone, brain tissue, spinal fluid. Just very interesting correlation there, I thought.
So again, this is a cross section. So you see the fractal nature of it. So it's going from a larger down to a smaller. And if you zoom in on those, they go down to even smaller. And separating all those little bundles is all the fascia. So, I mean, the whole body, whether it's muscle or bone or brain or whatever, it's going to be varying combinations of these elements. And then you're going to have in the nucleuses and in the nervous system and in the organs, which all have different differentiation of function and their histology, their tissue is totally different. You're going to have there's all the variation of all this myriad of different things that we see in all throughout nature. It's like I always looked at stuff and I'm like, wow, that looks like it grew, and but I knew enough about geology to know that wasn't what the official story was saying about things. So how would this look petrified and in a cross section if it was a titan? It's fascinating to look at stuff, all the different ways.
I'm finding no flaws in your mythology at all. In fact, it's very logical, it's very methodical, and it is following reality. You're not stepping outside of any bounds. I don't know how well you're checking yourself, but I'm checking you along the lines because people, again, I don't mean to be bitchy, but I call people out when it doesn't work.
Your style of research and methodology reminds me a lot of Lloyd Pye, a guy I got to know way back in my UFO days. In fact, I linked a video in here for you to check out because it deals with skulls that he had possession of and a lot of the morphology of them. And I just wanted to get your input and take on it. So when you get a minute.
Has L.A. Marzulli done stuff like they're like Peruvian and they're long
Oh no,
skulls?
this is the Star Child skull. It has completely non-human features that make no sense if you know biology at all. A lot of the suturing, a lot of the eye socket stuff. But yeah, it's kind of mind-blowing. I'll let you check it out on the whole. That's a whole different topic. Wow, I love that picture. That's epic. Huh?
Oh, that's
I want to go to there.
I like the tree too. The tree with the things.
The tree's crazy.
If I said this was an elephant, I would be crazy, right?
Right,
But
that would be
yeah,
pareidolia, but that is so
That would be
cool.
so great.
And
as
that's
would
a great example of
Great
pareidolia
picture.
that
This is
really
not
looked
an
like one.
elephant. This one has been photoshopped into a hippopotamus. There's a version of that going around.
I've seen it.
Looks very hippo-like, I'll grant you that. But this is the original photo of this one. And then this is, you know, clever
Yeah, like I
Photoshop.
said, I'd like to go to there. That's an epic carving.
Yeah, but no, I don't
It's
think
not
that's
real.
carving.
It's not
That's
real.
the
Yeah.
point.
Yeah.
So anyway,
That's
but
great. Oh, that's
yeah,
great.
so the when it comes to pareidolia, it's really important for people to understand that because like I keep waiting for somebody else to do some kind of a in-depth forensic analysis of another mountain. Like if Titans are a thing, Montgo can't be the only one. I mean, and
Correct.
people have elephants travel in packs, and it's like, okay, well, are there any other potential candidates? And I'm always looking around on Google
Have
Earth,
you
at
ever
least in this.
taken a look at that smaller mountain right to the left of it? Yeah.
Right. So you're talking about this. I mean, there's
Yeah, that one back there behind it.
this one.
Yeah, no shit, huh, Zach? I see already what you're talking about. Nuh-uh.
No, up to the right.
More to the coastline. That
Yeah.
small, really small one. Back up to your left to the coastline of hair, up, right there. You
Right
just
there.
went over.
Here.
Here.
Up a
Here.
little bit. Right there.
Guess what I can do?
Yeah,
Yeah.
this one I think is a Titan also.
That one. Yeah,
got
that was
big-
it. That one.
got big caves in it, but it's really hard to make out like exactly what it is,
Oh yeah, it looks like it was decimated at one time. Like
Yeah, so I think that is one potentially. There's another one here. This one
Now,
here.
your region is correct for the War of the Titans. Your region is correct, and so you're going to take where you are and then crossing over into Africa and skirting along the Atlantic coast of Africa for historical taking place on where like this.
Like in relation to the fish and dragon area of Earth, where is this?
So lying on its side, this one.
No doubt. I see.
One second, Walt.
No, I'm sorry. I'm throwing a lot at you, man. A lot at you.
No, I'll go there. I'll go there on Google Earth, but I just want to show you guys. This one I'm pretty sure is something, but there's no caves. There's nothing. I've hiked it and it's really hard to make out what's going on with this thing because there's these things here.
Right.
Like
almost like legs, maybe if it fell over.
Serpentine or
And then
I also look at it as, let's see, wait, let me get at it from a different angle here. Like this is body and like, is this potentially spine here? Like, is that a alligator or something?
Yeah.
Right. So it's got like the spine.
Leviathan.
There's a spine channel going through, and then this has all been carved up. So it's hard to know what it looked like. That's an important thing to know also. All of these mountains, in every single mountain you can see in Google Earth right now, and probably other parts of Spain, but I haven't had a chance to really see much of Spain in the whole time I've lived here. But except I know this region well, all of these mountains are completely covered in terraces. For all the way up to the top, even where there's forest where it doesn't look like there are terraces everywhere.
They've all been excavated by humans.
What's that?
They've all been touched by human hands.
Every single mountain, the surface. Remember, I showed you the native limestone that's unbroken. Mm-hmm. Every single one of these mountains, except where it's steeper or in small little patches, have all been broken up and made into these terraces. Like I can just pick anywhere randomly and you'll probably see them. But there they are. This whole region completely has been terraformed. And those are thick. Sometimes they're multiple feet thick. These in my sixth
melted brick, man. Come on. No, I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. I didn't want to go there.
It's in my sixth Unveiling a Titan video, I covered the terraces. You got to see this footage here. Wait 1 second. Let me find it. So I think what they've done is this gets back to the question I was gonna raise and answer before. What were the miners mining? You know, everyone's so hung up on
Right.
melted buildings. Is this a building or is it not? And then you got the volcanoes that look like cinder cones and everything.
Right.
What were they mining? And what do our mythologies tell us? I think they were mining titans. So if they're making use of every single aspect of they're using, you know, artesian wells, arteries, you know, is the water flowing
Oh
up through
shit,
old trees
artesian
and up through the
arteries.
fallen titans? You know, there's all kinds of different ways to look at it. But these terraces, if I just get
Wow.
oh
Now that was just a random mountain you picked, right?
yeah, I just zoomed in on something. You can go anywhere. You can go. So basically, once the terrain gets too steep, they stop happening. There they are. So those are. I'll show you what they look like here. Titan terraces. Too many tabs open. It's a metaphor for life. Channel videos. There we go.
Absolutely, you are correct about that analogy, my friend.
All right, so this I was getting to the microscopy just to finish up. I went out and got a 1000x microscope and went to to show that there was no sign in any of these rocks of any crushed shells or mollusks. Or I show the photos in this video. I addressed all those criticisms. We go back to the eye. This is part of the optic nerve right here. That whole structure there is all covered in quartz, and everything I'm standing on is all covered in quartz as well. And it's filled with all kinds of channels. There. Sorry, I'm all over the place, but
No, you're all right.
we haven't checked in with the chat.
We're keeping up.
Everyone's enjoying it. But this whole thing here, you've got channels going in, but this is all that crystal. It's a 10-inch thick layer of crystal. And that's what exactly the back of an eyeball looks like. If you
Wow.
that would be the optic nerve going down and in. And then I showed the inside of the cave. So here's structure of an eye. There's your crystal. Looking at the structure of nerves.
Absolutely, I saw the sheathing.
The myelin sheaths.
Yeah, I saw it.
Fat. Yeah.
What? That's insane.
Yep. Oh my goodness. Oh.
Someone's told me my videos were stronger than psychedelics.
I'm tripping hard right now, dude. I'm peaking.
Don't wear off.
Oh my God.
Jamie asked before. She asked about the venous blood. There it is. Right there.
Right there. See, I'm liking it because I'm getting those truth bumps on my arms.
I am too, Cammy. I'm covered.
I love it. I love it.
With them.
Nothing feels better than when you get these bumps and it just feels again.
So again, this is inside the eye. We're on the remains of the eyeball. We're looking out. We're seeing the suture. We're seeing the black runoff of the venous blood, and the rust color is the red blood. There's all kinds of holes of different sizes, which you would expect. You're going to have micro blood vessel holes, or micro channels in the bone, and larger macro. And then this structure is all the backside of it. I'll show the anatomy in a second here. It's my friend Howard. Oh, this is okay. Wait, we got to go back to there. That's that crystal. That whole here. Wait. I don't know my own videos, like what's where. Can't remember half the stuff I've done, let alone all the stuff everyone else. Okay.
Yeah.
That just means that you've done that extensive amount of work here, Mike. That's a good thing.
There. Okay. This is real. This is I got to screenshot this so that I've got that handy all over the place, because you see the venous blood, you see the red, but notice that the entire thing is unbroken. There's no blocks missing, right? Down in front of this thing, you'll see in a second when I zoom in again. It's these big blocks that are different. It's a different kind, but basically, I believe that what's in front is the petrified gelatinous substance that's inside the eye, and then the whole backside of the eyeball is there. That's that crystalline layer covering the whole backside.
Dude. Oh my.
And then here in front, you've got these blocky kind. And then going through this are big channels of quartz crystals and the blood vessels. So that is the eyeball remains.
Wow.
In my wacky world, anyway. So there's that was what I was looking for before. Why is it blurry now? Come on.
Oh, that's your lizard hologram decomposing in front of
it. So this is an eyeball, coming out, the optic nerve, and see this whole fatty area there. So if you looked at that under magnifying glass, you'd see all kinds of channels going into it. And that's exactly what that structure looks like. What are the odds, huh?
Wow, that's
it's like it's a WTF moment.
Yeah. Man, that optic nerve, I can't get that out of my head.
So I think this is all you've got the lens, which is long gone, obviously. This explodes out, I believe, when
was the lens long gone? Or was that maybe the first fucking thing they took out of there?
Maybe the lens and whatnot is what, I don't know.
Maybe they used it for some type of, I don't know. Let's not start getting out of the too crazy. Okay.
This is called vitreous humor. This is where, like, when physicists and molecular chemists and whatnot get on board with this kind of thinking and start to look at it with open minds, they might actually be able to prove stuff, like, okay, what's the molecular component, composition of this gelatinous substance? Well, this is what I was hoping was going to be done with the rocks that I sent off to a laboratory, that they were going to look at things with spectroscopy and give me a breakdown of the molecular composition of the stones, when it comes to the heart stones, which I guess we'll have to do that in another one. Keep going.
We'll have you back.
So
this is just scratching the surface, friend. Oh my god.
The backside here. And that's just, it looks like it's all melted, but is it melted, or did it grow that way? This is what Cammie was getting at before, So that's also, a very telling view. And then getting back to the terrace thing. So that was just the eye. Oh, this is the other thing. Okay, so I want to talk about the macro aspect. So you got the micro and the macro. Just like we have capillaries, we have arteries. Howard and I went into this cave that's on the other side, and we found this. This is just absolutely amazing. So it's two caves. I show it before from a distance. Sorry, let me just back up. There. So it's going from here across, and these are like 15-foot openings or so. And so as we went in there, and going back to these things that we talked about before with plasma and arteries, and the structure of fascia and arteries and all of that fatty stuff is going to petrify to more or less the same kinds of things, in my view of things now. So if you look here, this is hanging down. So this is that channel. This is like 10 yards long, at least, and I go the whole length. This is another one of these crystalline layers. Well, I think now we're up. I showed the trabecular bone and the crystalline, and then the iron ore is inside that, and the reddish earth is inside that. Then I showed that crusting. This is a bigger version. Now the crust is this thick. So I think this is arterial wall in a Titan that we're seeing here.
Wow.
This is in the 6th Unveiling a Titan video. I go into the terraces as well. So that everything you saw there, that's all crystal. There you can see the pattern to it.
Yeah.
And so it hangs down, and what's it connected to? It's connected to bedrock or native limestone, unbroken limestone, not like what the terraces are made of, which you'll see in a second. The terraces they broke up the outer shells. So what was
Now,
the
how could
petrified
that
sand?
naturally form? How could that possibly naturally form like that?
What's amazing is the size of it. So now I'm continuing down. Now you can see the other end, and it's just like hanging there against the ceiling the whole way. Like, tell me that's not artery. Come on.
No doubt.
Just pareidolia. What are the odds? What are the odds? Yeah, there I show it. That's the end of it right there. Look at how thick that. Look at how thick that was.
Yeah.
That's all crystal, like
Oh,
30 feet long. Crazy. So it was absolutely gorgeous from up there. Look at this. It's like something from Lord of the Rings.
I would love to go to Spain.
I know. I'm thinking the same thing.
I
Kenny.
want to touch rock.
Let's
I mean, I
book
feel like
tickets.
I know I'm seriously in the cave, like wanting to pick up the
So,
rocks and the.
pyramid or Titan, or it's like
Oh, looking out across, no doubt.
I want to test a Titan kit. Oh, yeah. So that was what I wanted to. This was a clear winter's day, and it was so amazing. The visibility was probably
How many miles away is that?
150 miles, I think. Was the that day, maybe.
Nice.
I took
That's
photos.
a winter day.
Yeah.
You guys
So
are
that
dressed like
you
that.
see another channel going this way.
Yeah, no doubt.
So it's fractal. It's like you got them in all sizes. Just check this last little section out here. Are people getting bored? Should we take a break? Should we talk to the chat?
I've been trying my best to keep up with chat for like the first probably half to 3/4 of the show, and then you got my brain so broken I've not been back over there, and I apologize, guys.
Yeah.
If you have something you want to throw at Mike, drop it in the chat real quick. Put an @ for me or for Josh or for Zach or somebody, Cammy, so we can see it. And
Yeah, everybody seems like they're having a great.
but they're all they're still
loving
here
it.
and hanging out and loving it, man. You got Bobo's
Eyes on
brain
the
melting
screen.
earlier, right? I saw him saying he was tripping balls. So yeah,
we did have people asking, "Did you find Titan balls?" I mean, one of the chat questions was, "Have you found Titan balls?"
No, but you need Titan balls to talk about this stuff.
You definitely have balls of a Titan.
You do, my friend. And don't let people talk you out of this because you are onto something. I mean,
And the fact that you keep throwing things out here that are offshoots that keep breaking my brain in different ways kind of is that whole thing you were talking about right at the beginning of overlayering of different mythologies, different histories, different whatever. And when it overlaps, it's got to be something right there in that overlap. So,
and this one fits all of
this
the
one is
overlaps
all
perfectly.
over
Your
that.
location, everything about it is spot on. When you said I want other places to look, where I want to go is the obvious Titan hunting spot. But I fear that like over the years and with mythology, it's probably been mined and really taken apart. But the most notorious story in mythology about the Titans is Atlas, and the story of Atlas is twofold. Will touch me and you on this one, Mike, but I'm going to give a really quick synopsis because most people think of Atlas as that guy holding the globe over his head. Which, if you look back at the stories, Atlas never held the world or the globe on his head. If you looked at the stories, what it said is that Atlas was in the War of the Titans, and he was on the losing side. He was not on the winning side. His punishment was to hold up the skies at the westernmost edge of the realm for eternity, because they broke the sky in the world of the Titans. And so he was penance to stand at the edge of the earth and hold up the skies, the edge of the skies, only the celestial skies, not the world, but the skies. Now, a gentleman in mythology named Hercules, his friend, took pity on him and felt bad after he'd held him up for a while. And there's more to the story on this, because there is a little bit of deception in that worked in there. But the way it worked out is Hercules built a couple of pillars, Hercules pillars, and he built them for Atlas to relieve Atlas of his burden of holding up the sky. So instead of Atlas sitting at the edge of Atlas Island or Atlantis, the westernmost tip of the realm, holding up the sky where it was broken, where you see in the Flammarion where it was broken, you have the pillars now holding them up, the pillars of Hercules. So now Atlas has been freed by Hercules, and he is now out and about again. But then he got in a fight with another guy, and I'm trying to, is it I can't remember his name. I think it's begins with Per something or other. I don't have the instant recall. My husband's so famous for. But what happened with that is he got in a fight with somebody else, some other dude, and he got turned into stone. And so Atlas turned into stone, and they say that the Atlas Mountains are named the Atlas Mountains because at the base of the start of the Atlas Mountain is where Atlas got turned into stone. So your Titan mythology says that the Atlas Mountains were named on Titans getting turned into stone, and this Titan, Atlas himself, got turned into stone and is at the base of at the Atlas Mountains where they start. So that would be an interesting place to look for. And I've on Google Earth have got into spaces that I would want to look, but again, I think, like you say, mined and ridged and things like that. The Atlas story is one of the oldest stories that we can find in history, mythology, or however you want to do it, the story of the Titans. And I don't think we would be the first person looking for Atlas at the base of the Atlas Mountains, to be perfectly honest. Maybe in our age where it's all taught as mythology, but the way that these things are all terrorist in mind, it makes me think that Atlas would have been a pretty fine find.
Just to give some context, they're like right here, right? The Atlas Mountains. Yeah. So this is the
area of the War of the Titans, exactly. And then if
I was about to say, is this Roger's stuff? It
so this is Roger's stuff here, right? It's not his stuff because
it's not his stuff, but I've seen these presented on his channel more than anywhere. So that's what I meant.
So this is like the fin of a fish, and this is you can sort of see the scales of the fish here. This would be like the back tail, the tail fin of the fish, an eye, I suppose, or something. And then basically Roger has done probably 100 or more videos on this structure here.
The dragon.
He's been very close, and he starts talking about these different, theorizing about these being like the jets that the body, like this is the upper plume, I guess, or the spiky outer portion of the dragon, and then this would be the gullet inside the, but you've got these two different colors that appear to be mixing right in that central channel. So I think he theorizes that that's the that's the ejection of this material here, which is coming out onto the great fish, right? It's coming out of the mouth. So this is the head, basically. Think like Chinese dragon, not like American Hollywood dragon, right? And then it's attacking this fish, and this sounds totally batshit crazy, except like Plato wrote about this in one of his books, and he talked about this great battle between the Leviathan.
Freaking
Right.
fractals. My God.
You
Oh,
My
know,
God, no, he does. It's in all of the mythology in this region, Plato, and again, all of the different mythologies and the War of the Titans, and it all took place right in this little
hey,
region. And I can even tell you where they give you
okay,
directions on the
never mind.
jumping up where Atlantis is. Go ahead. I'm quiet.
No, it's too much. Too much. Go, go, go. I'm going to take you completely somewhere else in a second because I want to see a region.
that's happening there, and Mont Go is over here. And this region is also known for Titans. In fact, there's a myth associated with Mont Go, not as an elephant, but just as one of two titanic beings.
Well, dude, that's right.
Spanish.
There.
But it's not a very detailed myth. I've just found a couple paragraphs on it, and it's in Spanish, so I won't bother trying to translate it right now. But you know, so when you start thinking on this kind of scale, because this is a 900-mile long dragon, this would be shorter, but it's thicker. So which has more mass? I don't know. It's a small dragon compared to the fish, but anyway, you know, you've got all the Starfort anomalies, which are everywhere. You know, if you turn on the star fortresses, this is just crazy. Like turn on the master file.
Oh, I need that. I need that link. I need that extension, whatever you call it. Yeah, I don't have that on my Google Earth. That's amazing.
Start looking at the star forts. That's interesting too, because I think that a lot of the star forts are on Titans. I was, you know, here's Denia. This is Mont Go right here. This structure here, which to me looks like it could be a whale. It's almost like a big whale's tail there. There's a star fort right there at the top of this thing at 823 meters altitude.
Wow.
And it's a little perfect four-corner one. I've got a lot of
Yeah,
footage.
that one's awesome, man. I've never seen one like that.
Videos live called Star Forts I've Known and Loved, and I've got a whole bunch of footage from different ones that I've been
Look
at.
at the area around it. It's almost like that pitting again in the bone area.
So when you look at the corners of these things, guess what they're made of? They're made of the solid block limestone, the cortical bone limestone, and then the mortar is red, and it's the, you know, I think they built the star forts, they mined the Titans, they built, you know, what everyone's calling Tartaria, the old world, the megalithic structures. A lot of it was geopolymer, but the stuff that wasn't, the stuff that was native stone, I think that they were getting that from the Titans, and they were mining it. So I think the trees are also a big, very much a real thing. This is another one I think is a potential Titan here. I've got a bunch of footage in this one. Which
remember what we talked about in the War of the Titans and why he was sitting his pennants to hold up, because the sky was broken. If the sky was higher and things like that, again, we would have completely different atmospheric conditions. And you say that you couldn't have these large animals because the atmosphere would crush down on them. But again, there's all kinds of evidence. If you look at it, it's written right out there that they broke the sky. And his pennants was. Yeah, so that tells you that we probably had a very different atmosphere and things could be bigger. Go ahead.
And knowing about incoherent dielectric acceleration, you no longer have the
debunk. Oh, you have 10 points, yes.
It would collapse under its own weight. They have some law they refer to about size and mass. And I had one guy who was jumping on me because he's like, there's no way that the skin could be thick enough that it would hold all the organs in. I'm like, he doesn't know anything about anatomy. You know, it's like, it would, you know, it would collapse under its own weight. Well, not if it's not gravity as NASA gives it to us. If it's static, you know, so you have increased pressure, pressurized system. We know that plants grow like crazy when you put them in those kinds of conditions. Like there's some guy that got like 10,000 tomatoes out of one tomato plant or some, you know, but they're also gigantic, you know, so you get increase in size. So when you increase atmospheric pressure, oxygen concentration, we have no idea what the old world, you know, used to look like. But I'm going to show you something cool here because I need to get back for more footage, but I've got a bunch of footage here from hiking this mountain. So here, see this channel going through? That channel follows this whole structure. So like, right. So if you think about a spine, how do I make me full screen?
If you hover over your own picture at the top, you should see 3 dots, and one of those will say pin. and that'll make your picture be the big picture on your screen. I hope that works. You may have
Or
to
you
stop
could just stop
sharing then.
sharing
Yeah,
for a
I didn't know if that would work or not. That's how I can make you be the thing on my screen. That's how I just did it, but it won't work for you to present. So
You can see this, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
What I'm holding in my hands.
That's good.
So you're holding a spine.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So if you look at a spine.
Here, hold on, man. I can make
general.
it happen for you. I'm going to take your share and put you on the screen. Give me 1 second. Boom. Oh, I didn't do it. I thought I did it.
Get some liquid real quick here.
Apparently it don't work like that. How do I put him on the screen, Josh? Help me.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm trying.
I mean, I've got him pinned. You see it, STELLIUM7 pinned, but he's not the big picture. Maybe.
I know as long as he's the only one talking, it'll show him.
But still, if I'm pinning anybody during any other thing except a share, they're the big thing on my screen.
Yeah,
That's how I watch somebody's presentation. Okay, go ahead. I'll undo my share. That's when somebody's showing something, I always pin them so I can see it. So if somebody else talks, it doesn't take them off away from the picture. So I just didn't realize it wouldn't present that way through share, which I guess makes sense. If you're sharing, you don't want to mess it up. So we are now looking at your big sexy self, sir. There it is, the spine.
So if you look at the spine, I guess I could have just pulled up a picture on YouTube. That would have been easy.
This is better. Demonstrations.
Okay, so you've got these processes here. You know, if it was a gigantic creature that was to petrify, you know, these would break off, and then the spinous processes, right? Like the dinosaur spine. You know, this part here is the thinnest portion of the vertebra on both sides of that spinous process. So you can actually, like, people who hyperextend really, really badly here, they can actually cause what's called a pars fracture right in here on one side or the other. And so if you imagine, you know, some kind of decay or erosion over a long period of time for a gigantic being, then these would be the weakest portion. That would be the first thing to break along the spine. And then what's inside is where the bone marrow, the spinal cord is, you know, all these spinal nerves coming out the side are the branches of the nervous system, the spinal, you know, the brain, spinal cord coming down. In there is a channel. So if the cord was, you know, annihilated in the process, whatever it was, then I was going to go back to Google Earth now. Then
all right, Josh, release him.
Release the Kraken.
Or if you start sharing, it may just take it over. And
release the Kraken.
Zoom. There we go. Share screen again. There we go. Yeah. So this is, you know, it's interesting because.
Oh yeah, there you go.
You know, so I've been looking at these mountains, and what I'm finding is, like, when I study Hangman's footage. Have you guys been to his channel at all? Hangman 1128.
Mm-hmm. Zack has highly recommended it, as you had as well, and I've checked it out a couple of 3 or 5 times.
He's not approached this whole thing like I have. He's coming at it. He's very much a Bible believer. He's a devout Christian, it seems, and this, to him, this is just confirmation of Scripture, what he's finding, and he's showing all of the different ways in which these great trees manifest in, you know, Petrified. And the footage is so compelling because that, alongside all the tree stump footage, some of which may be mining waste piles, some of, you know, maybe there's a lot of different things some of these plateaus could be, but some of them very much look like trees, in my opinion. There's another. So there's star forts all over. There's mountains that look suspiciously like creatures.
Yeah. The
Any
world
questions?
is definitely not what we were told.
Here, wait. My dad gave me this a long time ago.
Rapid reality reorganizer, an eraser. Nice.
No, it's not an eraser. It's one of these little. It's a clicker. Like if things are just not going right,
I like it.
you pick up the rapid reality reorganizer, and then you just.
There you go.
Just Pavlov yourself to happiness.
Scares away the evil spirits. Anyway, Hangman's footage is absolutely incredible because he's showing not just all the different ways in which the big trees break down and decompose, but also how the sap manifests. All the different aspects of the great trees match the smaller trees, but like a piece this size would then be 50 meters wide or something. It's just it's absolutely phenomenal. Yeah. So I think a lot of these structures, they're always on the bedrock, and when you look, or not always, but a lot of them are, and when you look at the bedrock, it's got that quality to it of the trabecular bone or the cortical. What were you going to say, Zachary? Or somebody.
Yeah, I forget what I was going to say now. You just blew my mind again, talking about where all the buildings are built.
Yeah.
Man.
Well, I could throw this a real quick left turn if you don't mind. You said earlier artesian wells in relation to arteries, and that broke my brain because I think we discussed Titan mining last time you were here for a few minutes, just about regional areas and minerals and wells and waters. So that made me go, okay, what is the origin of the frickin' name artisanal well? Comes from Artois in France. Apparently there was a bunch of artesian wells there in the Middle Ages, really great artesian aquifers, blah, blah, blah. So that made me go looking for photos, trying to see what it looked like from the air. Well, the first thing I found when I looked was that this region is famous for purple potatoes.
What region?
This France, Artois, France region, which is where the artesian wells originated. And they flowed through this region. And so I pulled up another picture. I'll have to steal it from you, man. I'm sorry. Give me a second, Mike. Because this one was like, are you fucking kidding me? So apparently in that same region are these trenches of some sort in this. Let me get the picture big. I've got too many tabs open again. Oh, that's a great shot. I'm so sorry. Anyway, there's these trenches in this weird area around these artesian wells that, again, kind of all fits to this layering of crazy shit that we're talking about. But the purple potatoes, what the hell? Where are they? Damn it. There they are.
Yeah.
Huh? What the hell? It's obvious some kind of mineral deposits making potatoes purple in that area. So I don't know. Just, again, these different rabbit holes you're sending me down. Thank you.
Yeah, well, the artesian well, I think that's an idea I got from Roger as well. Yeah, brain's going in too many different directions at the same time. Can you see my
I know,
screen
that's
now?
what you've done to me, and that's why I've got too many things going. So I'm going to stop and not derail you again. You can share again, friend. Yes, go ahead. I've stopped.
Okay, so this is the corner of that.
Oh wait, you have to share screen again. Yeah, at the bottom again. I took it when I showed that weird trenchy limestone area there around the artisanal wells.
Oh, there we go. So that is just to show you again just to go into the star fort a little bit, because I think they're made of the Titans. The remain, you'll see with this short footage I'm going to show here. So that's that star fort. You've got these. We'll see these. These are arches. It's underground. This is all hollow in here. You can get inside here. Not this one because it's caved in, but I'm sure they went deep. That it's just my feeling about it. So this is the corner, and this is what I'm saying. It's the limestone, the blocks that don't have the channels going through them because they don't want a bunch of holes because that's going to weaken the rock, right? So they go for the solid ones, and then it's made from the mortar is all made from the surrounding materials. So I think they built the star forts out of the Titans. And then here you've got a little bit of the smooth stone, which again the petrified organs, which we still never got to, but there they are. Speak of the devils.
There they are. Yeah, and the heart stones, man, that's one I've been dying to get to. But you're right; it'll have to be another visit. It's already pushing 2 or 3 hours. 3 hours. Good Lord.
Yeah, I'm on the right schedule now though for this. So.
Well, let's just go then. Hell, let's do another 3. I'm here. Let me get more coffee.
So there's limestone bedrock, and then the star fort is on top of that. That's the Denia one that's right next to Montgo. And you'll see when I get up closer that there's these channels going through it. There's that blood vessel quality again. So that's native, like Paul Cook, he's doing tons of videos like showing geopolymers all over the place. He's got amazing footage he's been getting lately. And really just, I think, debunking a whole lot of stuff and showing things people have never really seen or thought about. But I keep kind of leaving him little messages about, the native stone, because it's not all geopolymer. Like some of it came about in another manner. In fact, if you think about it, what is geopolymer? It's taking all these different kinds of stuff, and crushing it down and mixing it with some kind of a substrate, and then it hardens. And that's a recipe. That's cooking. You guys have seen the video with Sylvie from New Earth, where she's I've got a whole ton of tabs open here. Let's see. I think it was this one. Nope.
Yeah, you're better than me at it, man. You've got way more tabs than I can roll with. I'm impressed. I am impressed.
Oh, here.
Oh, wow. Holy shit.
She's got this one called Growing Megaliths. That's fascinating. And she's presenting the theory that like some of this stuff has actually grown, like you would bake bread or something, like yeast, it's rising out, and that there's like a grid underneath or something, and it's expanding out from, I can't remember. I don't want to misrepresent it, but it's a fascinating video worth checking out. There's just so much that just makes you go, what is that? How did that happen? This looks like cellular structure, but she's suggesting something different.
That is wild.
Does that fit into the melted building theory? Melted brain theory.
Oh, wow. I just got back. I was subbing to her channel to go check this all out and came back to my brain being broken by a brain on the fucking screen, dude.
Yeah, no, this is not her channel, actually. This is, I don't know. But the other channel is New Earth, one word.
Okay, I'll find them too.
She was, I think, the first channel, the whole No Forests on Flat Earth thing with the big trees. When it first came, there was like this one video that was Russian, I think, originally. And I think she featured it on her channel, and that was kind of how it made the rounds. Have you guys ever seen this video by Pink Floyd called Mud Men? I won't play it because of copyright. but
I know this.
this is an
No.
animated film all about Titans, and then like, oh, it's definitely worth checking out. Mudman, 1972 by Pink Floyd. I think that's some truth in plain sight. Yeah, so close that one. Yeah, I mean, I'm still this to me. This is a tree. Roger thinks it's a tendon, but I have a hard time with that one. I was
Yeah.
gonna go. Oh no, it was just the Ivanova thing. I was gonna show you there, and then just to, you know, this is the mortar of. This is what it looks like between those rocks and Denia. It's just crazy. I've never seen anything like it. Showing the bedrock. Dragon. This is amazing. There's a 4-minute video on my channel called Biology versus Geology. And this guy saw my videos and then realized that a bunch of the stuff that he had been seeing in Thailand was the exact same as what I was showing, but was on a way, way bigger scale. And so he theorizes that Thailand, the country, is part of like a continental size Titan. So if it's fractal, you know, you've got Mont Go, which would be like 3.5 miles or 3 miles long. And then to me, like an exponential jump up from that would be something like Rogers kind of thing, you know, with these massive, massive Titans that make up huge portions of the structure of the land. He's got a lot of interesting photos in here.
Wow.
Who knows what those things are? He's suggesting that they're actual cells. That was the nuclei. I mean, how big would the Titan have to be? It could be though.
Yeah, that's the thing with this. I mean, we've been told about giants, you know, at all
Dude,
different
holy
sizes.
shit.
Yeah, there's a mind blow for you. Just that picture alone. What the heck? Sorry, you were saying.
Yeah, Zach, I'm sorry. That one just go.
No, that was. I'm just saying, we've been told, you know, giants that are 9 feet, giants that are 20 feet, giants that are 300 feet, and then those aren't. And then there's the titans, you know, that are
Yep.
like mountain size giants, and these are all part of our. I mean, people like to say mythology, but Tolkien, the guy who wrote Lord of the Rings, said that story was more our history than what we've been taught. No fooling till the day
And
he
there were
died.
giants in the earth in those days.
Definitely.
Genesis 6:3.
I mean, there's different theories. I think Paul Cook thinks this is structural now. Like,
What the fuck is this supposed to be? I have a tiny rock with a screw thing going through it, just like that. Let me find it.
This is making me think of what they were showing on Globebusters yesterday, that you would put it in the water, it would go up the water spigot and things like that, and shoot itself propel in the water. Space Busters did a video on it. It was very cool. But sorry, that little vortex shape.
Yeah, the spiral. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, the vortex, that gets into the whole Heartstone thing also with, you know, Victor Schauberger and then
Dan Winter.
Francisco Kornblasp and his discoveries about the heart. You know, the myocardioventricular band, that the heart just unravels into one long band.
Yeah, it's like a pump, just a spiral pump, kind of like
it's actually it's like a bidirectional vortexual flow. It literally contracts in a spiral. They've proven this with it's easier to show it than to say it.
Isn't it kind of like a conch shell would be?
almost.
I'll show you in just one second. You guys aren't familiar with that, the work of Schauber? I never got around to the terraces, but trust me, oh, there they are, right there. That's what I was. So if you look at this and think of it on a Titan scale, all being broken up, just to finish this one thread here that was, oh, now it's glitching. I don't know about that. I'm not sure if that's somebody messing around or, yeah, so that's your native limestone. You can see all the channels in it, and then it's got this, very elephantine look. They've broken up these outer layers, exposed the reddish earth, which is very nutrient rich, and cultivated literally all the mountains in the region, everywhere that you can get to, that it's all been broken up. So we have no idea what these mountains looked like before. Look at that. Tell me that doesn't look like elephant.
Oh, yeah. And that would just be like one of those little squares that we see like on the elephant skin picture you took. So we're looking at it like real close up. That picture that you just showed, that would be like,
one of those little
microscopes.
Yeah. And then let me pull up that.
Look at the size of that star form. And I bet nobody would even know that was really there from the ground.
Yeah, I'm going to do a whole video on that one. So this is a video that I did called Helical Hearts, Petrified Organs, Synchronicities. And it's also showing the work I did on the petrified organs, identifying that there's this reoccurring pattern in the stones that has a whole bunch of anatomical features that shouldn't be there if it was just random chance. We're talking about odds. With the mountain, it's up to over 50 correlations.
Yeah.
And the Google Earth censorship. And then with the heartstones, I've identified, I think it's about 25 different anatomical features that can be present, but most of the rocks, like, these might exhibit 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 of those different features. Whereas other rocks like this one, and this one, they have a much higher number. And the higher that number goes and the more specific the characteristic, the less likely that you should find it by just randomly walking in a valley or in a river bottom or by a beach. And the shapes are very specific. So I've done a bunch of videos on that on my channel. For people who weren't familiar with my work before, Petrified Titans and Organs parts 1 and 2 are just kind of covering a lot of what we've covered tonight, but in a shorter, compact way visually. And then the part 2 one is my theories about the how and why, how this came about, and yeah. So those are good primer videos. But this particular video is about this man Francisco Torrent Guasp, who was a cardiologist who I learned was here in Spain. And the reason I brought this up, Zach, is because you mentioned the heart being a pump. And he had a whole problem with the whole theory of the heart being a pump, because you've got the heart and you've got these major blood vessels, and it's going into ever diminishing tubes, and there's a high viscosity to blood. So we had this problem with this idea of a heart contracting. Our hearts are about the size of our fist, contracting and then pushing all the blood out through 60,000 miles. That's what they estimate are the number of blood vessels that we have in the body. And that so you're getting this pump, and it's supposed to go to all the cells in the body and then basically passively fill on relaxation. And that passive filling is helped by the valves that are in the veins, because arteries don't have valves. The veins, like when you're walking, you get a little bit of contraction, in the calves and in the leg muscles, and that's going to compress and it's going to help push that blood back to the heart, because you've got these valves that are stopping it from going the other direction. And so there's a lot of problems with that model for a whole lot of reasons. And anyone who's ever studied plumbing would it should just be logical that it doesn't make any sense, and especially the passive filling. Because what about, like, you're in a wheelchair, Walt? I think I heard you say something about, no? Oh, I thought you were talking about being immobile or before.
No, just
somebody who's paraplegic, they're not getting contracted muscles, right? Where it's pushing blood back. So how does the blood get back to the heart? And this was a conundrum for hundreds of years. There were all kinds of different theories and models about the circulation of blood through the body. And it was Francisco Torrent Quasp that really cracked the nut on this whole thing, because he understood that there's no way that works, and that the blood flow has to be happening through some other mechanism. So there's a twisting that's what was well known and documented to the heart as it's contracting, and so that led to him really being curious. And as he was going through schooling for cardiology in Sevilla, he was dissecting loads and loads of hearts and trying to understand. And he finally was able to decipher what to unravel the Gordian knot. He was the first person to do this. So this is showing this picture, the spiral fibers of the heart. They later proved this with positronic emission and functional MRI, which I'll show you a little video of that in a second. But he was a real rebel, and he said that the prevailing theories about the heart and how it works don't work. It doesn't make sense, and that's him there. And he was in private practice as a family doctor for decades, and in his spare time he would get organs from the butchers and of all sorts of different species of creatures, and he would dissect them, trying to understand the heart and how it was functioning, which is a strange way to study function by something that's dead, but you do the best you can. So this is a renowned cardiologist talking about Guasp's discoveries, and so Guasp got the idea to boil the heart or to using a scalpel remove all the outer fatty layer of the heart. We're on a totally different tangent now, but you guys want when
please
I get
keep
body,
when you're ready to leave and take a break and go home, take some. You go then. Otherwise, dude, I'm right here because I am wrapped up. Please tell me he's about to unwrap that heart.
Yeah, he is.
I've been waiting. I have been looking for this forever. I've seen this video like maybe one time, maybe back when I first found your channel through Cami, and I knew that there was a guy out there who did it, and I keep referring to it, and I did not know the origin, and I can never find the video because they don't want everybody to see that.
Well, wait till you hear the whole story, because it's absolutely mind-blowing. Hold on one second. I'm just trying to find. If I bring this up here, do you see it, or is Zoom smart enough not to show it to me? This is us talking to each other. Are you seeing that?
No, it's all we see is your actual
good. Okay,
screen
good. That's
presentation.
my way the whole time. It's really slowing me down. I just realized I could get rid of it.
Oh yeah,
okay.
I'm so sorry, man. I definitely could have told you to like. I think there's maybe a way to get it out of the way. Maybe you can move it physically. You can reduce it. Something.
All right.
The gray box of doom.
So I was talking about fascia before. Fascia goes through everything in the body, and we were looking at muscles. This really shows it, like, and even here, that's fascia. And then fascia surrounds everything. All the organs are surrounded in fascia. The heart is surrounded in the pericardium. So here you have a bunch of fat that's to the outer portion of the heart, and this is what he removed. So he boiled and then gently and carefully removes the fat from the heart, and you'll see what happens after that in a second. But the pericardium is the thickest of the fatty surroundings for any of the organs. And in the very first video I made on this subject called Mud Fossils, The Heart of the Matter, Part 1, this is back when I thought it was a mud fossil. That was before I realized that it couldn't be a mud fossil, and I'll go into that another time. But this one rock has 23 anatomical correlations, and this is your coronary artery. This is the coronary sulcus. This is that fatty layer between the left atrium and the left ventricle. This is the right atrium and the right ventricle. This is what's known as an isthmus. Let's see, there's too many tabs open. Where is it for tonight?
We're used to it with Walt. It's not an issue at all.
Something called.
Oh no, I saw his tabs. I'm a lightweight. This guy's Mac Daddy.
There's a lot. There's a lot of correlations. Let's just put it that way to the hearts. That's I've done a bunch of video, but this is where it gets interesting though, with WASP. Here, I'll just
macroscopic structure of the heart. What you are about to see is the dissection of the myocardial ventricular band performed by Francisco Torrent-Wasp. Here, a cow heart will be dissected. All mammals and birds were found to have a similar heart structure. The heart is first boiled in water to soften the connective tissue. The atria, aorta, pulmonary, and coronary arteries, as well as some fat, are then removed. Using only his fingers to bluntly dissect the heart, just following the natural directions of the fiber, Torrent-Wasp begins by cutting through the aberrant fibers along the sulcus and separating the pulmonary artery from the aorta. In this manner, the free wall of the right ventricle can be opened, revealing the right ventricular cavity. Here begins a cleavage plane that must be followed all the way to the root of the aorta. At this point, you can see, once again following the direction of the fibers, how they descend into the well of the left ventricle. Next, Torrent-Wasp cuts the left fibrous trigon and follows the descending fibers, separating them from the more superficial ones. Torrent-Wasp continues the dissection, following the cleavage plane, separating the two layers. Then, by cutting the right trigon, he is able to free the aorta and unravel the myocardial band. The ventricular myocardial band, running from the root of the pulmonary artery to the root of the aorta. A singular muscular band that twists and loops like a rope into a helical structure, forming the left and right cavities of the ventricles.
Take a close look at this image and notice where the three different sections of the heart meet. We'll be revisiting this in a moment, and I'll be showing you how this relates to the heart rocks. But first, I want to cover a couple of other topics. All right. So,
thank you for sharing that, man. Holy crap. I've been looking for that for so long.
In this video, and if you don't know about him, you should. And his understandings of water dynamics and flow and vortexes. So, to my knowledge, Francisco Torrent-Wasp did not know about Schauberger, and Thomas Cowan. Are you familiar with the Dr. Thomas Cowan? He wrote a book called Cosmic Heart. He's an awesome truther. Does a lot of stuff with Andrew Kaufman, and
love Dr. Kaufman.
So both of them, I think, come from a background of anthroposophy, and have studied a lot of Steiner's work. So this ties into a lot of things Steiner said about the nature of the body and the heart as well. And this obviously fluid dynamics, magnetics, all the stuff you guys are all talking about, so this was a huge aha moment experience for me to learn about this man's work, Wasp, and Schauberger as well. But I'd learned about Schauberger before, so I just intuitively kind of grasped the things that Wasp was sharing with the world. But he was ridiculed and ignored, and then he worked for decades, and he eventually got discovered by this guy Gerald Buckberg, who met him in person, and he said the heart is a rope. And that's how I discovered this, is someone in one of the comments of one of my videos said the heart is a rope, and mentioned the helical heart, and I was like, the heart is a rope. So vortexes everywhere. This is pretty cool.
Wow, what?
So
that's a party trick to know.
This is one of my favorite videos that I've made. And this guy took the works of Schauberger, thinking about tornadoes, thinking about the movement of flow of air and fluids. And then he 3D printed the very bottom tip of a tornado, basically. And so when he did this, the reason, if you take a big chamber like this that holds millions and millions of gallons of whatever, and it's something that needs to be in movement so that it doesn't stagnate and become impure.
Mm-hmm.
They were spending loads and loads of money on the different energy things to keep this stuff moving. And this
my dad used to actually build those towers, so yeah, it's pretty intricate stuff. Go ahead.
Yeah. So he came along, and with this little tiny thing that's like smaller than your hand, at the center, at the bottom, it's just spinning, and it's creating a vortex that moves all of the fluid in the entire chamber.
That's amazing.
How's that for cool, right? So so I was just talking about magnetics and all the in nature, how this manifests. Don't worry about the terminology. So here we're talking back again about the myocardioventricular band, which Francisco Torrent Guasp discovered. And so here what they've done is they've blown up a cow's heart. There we go. So they're literally inflating it with air so that it expands, and then they let the air out, and then they film it with this technique. I think it was just X-ray. And so you can just watch. So basically you're looking at cross section. I think they CAT scanned it while this was doing this. So there it expands, and you can see the opposite rotating vortexes.
Yeah.
Right?
Wow.
And that's down at the bottom.
I'm just being quiet because my brain is melting on this, and I'm loving it so much. And I'm thinking about like some of the pictures we had yesterday of that, again, spiral and the downwinders. This is, again, truth bumps. Keep going.
So so this is the band unraveled, and notice there's a little, did you see that right there? Or I guess all right. Well, I'll let myself do the talking.
The other spirals of nature, so we just discovered it. With the discovery of the ventricular band, Torrent Guasp had only solved one piece of the puzzle: how the band worked.
When I arrived to evidence the macroscopic structure of the ventricular myocardium, they started the problem at once to try to understand how the heart, by means of this structure of this helical structure of the ventricular myocardium, how the heart could be able to develop, to perform its two actions. I mean, the systolic 20.
He's talking about what I was explaining before. So that, the systolic and diastolic, it's the the expansion and contraction of the heart. So here, this is another way that they were able to prove that there's an actual spiral flow, because you can actually, through this, I can't remember what this type of imaging is, but they're able to capture the vortexing that's happening with the blood flow.
And they saw the heart, normal human heart, working. And when I saw this imaging, then it came to my brain, and then I realized what was mechanical treat used by the heart.
What Thomas Wasp observed was the base of the heart moving down and the walls thickening during ejection. And then
it's better to see it long, but so he's talking about the piston maneuvering. So see these lines here, these lines, remember we were talking about sutures in the bones? There's sutures in the organs as well. So this is where, when you roll the heart back up, those fibers will meet and they'll be like perpendicular to each other, and they meet at a fatty suture point. And so that was something that I started to see in the stones. Like here's one of them. So there's these lines, and then at the top you've got the openings of the aorta and the vena cava, and on the side where the other blood vessel openings are. So that's one of many that take that exact form, and there will be a curved underside because of the spiral contraction. So if you look at them from the bottom, see how it looks like a propeller?
Yeah.
That's pretty specific, isn't it?
Where are you finding these, just in general, walking, doing the hiking you're doing, or are you having people sending them to you, or?
Heart-shaped rocks are everywhere. I know.
Well, I'm now seeing that they are, because I've got a few and didn't know that I had a fucking heart-shaped rock.
I've got a lot, but what I love that you're saying is that no, not all heart-shaped rocks are organs.
Are organs, but there are
which I love this.
There's
but no,
things
within
you can see,
ones
the sutures, the patterns.
Look for at your heart-shaped rocks and look for the signs. In other words, this is reality, the filter of reality. Look past the pareidolia and take it a step further. And I had a friend that collected heart-shaped rocks, a best friend in Denver, and she literally had them ringed all around her house, going up the driveway, lined up on every shelf, and that was her. Everybody has got a thing, and she collected them everywhere. And everybody that went over to her house brought her. People looked for it anytime they saw a heart-shaped rock, would bring it to her. So it's really a thing.
Yeah, here's the we're just talking right now, and I'm trying to pull up pictures as I'm talking, but it's way more organized, obviously, in the videos when I'm demonstrating it. But these are all these different features that I've found in the stones. So obviously, the more of I'm going to do a top 7 video shortly, and not necessarily in that order, but these are not the top 7. They're just, this is as I discovered them, I kept adding to the list. And so when I saw this video about Francisco Torrent Wasp, my brain just went, because first of all, redefined everything I understood about the circulatory system, about the heart, how the heart functions. All of a sudden, I always knew that the heart generated an electromagnetic field, and you've got the whole chakra system, and I'm a chiropractor, so I work with the nervous system. That's what I'm adjusting. So that just completely changed my whole understanding of how pretty major aspect of the body functions. And so Tom Cowan, who wrote that book Cosmic Heart, he talks about this, but he's coming at it from an anthroposophical perspective. And I looked through the index, and I've read 2/3 of the book, and he's not mentioned Francisco Torrent Wasp. So he's like the modern guy doing great stuff with regards to educating people about things like structured water, the fourth phase of water, and how that relates to blood and blood flow, and all of the internal capillaries and arteries, and all of that soft squamous skin cell material is all and I lost my train of thought. I distracted myself with my hand gestures.
You were going and talking about like the soft material, and again, taking around the point. I'm also looking at your number 25, keep your heart soft. And as you're taking on your matching points, which again, in my past field, that's how you would see like what color you check off things. And as you roll things in and out, and if you can roll it out, you roll it out, but you collect as many data points as you can to collect on and match up, which is really important. Now your number 25 has got something metaphysical that crosses across all of the borderlines of doing it. Remember, keep your heart soft, and you're talking about a soft heart. Take it back to your heart lighter than a feather, soft heart, light in your emotions. You can even take this back to Catholicism and beautification. There's in history that there's beautification. I think this is fascinating that saints supposedly, one of the hallmarks of sainthood or ascension is their heart being lighter than a feather, or that them being a very spiritual person. And one of the hallmarks that you tested is that their body beautifies. What does beautification mean? It means that you don't putrefy, you petrify, you turn to stone. So by having a soft heart, in a way, you could be helping yourself turn to stone, maybe not to putrefying, but petrifying in a way. And I also think if you go back to Egypt and what they were doing with mummification, I think they thought that there was something to it too, that again, trying to get their bodies to, I almost think they were cheating on their role of the dead, not that they were mummifying themselves to try to force the vibration, just in case they didn't achieve it themselves, would be like an opinion of it. Because again, remember, their heart was being weighed against a feather. They needed to keep their heart really soft. Remember, keeping your heart soft and remembering what's important in love, I think is going to cross over a lot of borders in a lot of strange ways that you might catch you unexpected. But I took you on your soft tangent and I covered you when you couldn't remember. Now you're back.
Yeah. Well, definitely the hearts of stone, keep your heart soft. This is the works of Girolamo Sagato, who we talked about last time, that knew how to petrify flesh. You've got the myth of Medusa. There's the glittering sword of God in the Bible that petrifies, and you've got the myth of Sodom, or the actual, what appeared to be the remains at Sodom and Gomorrah of an event like the Bible describes, with brimstone, coming down. It's the purest sulfur in the world there. I was going to mention the petrification process is something that people have known how to do in the past. Girolamo Sagato knew how to do it. This guy, their secrets died with them. But the petrified remains of all these different body parts are in the museums. You guys introduced me to this whole concept of the bog bodies last time. That's another kind of manifestation, I think, of how the circumstances and the elements that it can manifest in so many different ways. And the petrified organs thing was confusing to me because, I mentioned this in the last one also. This guy, he's figured out a way to preserve. This is actual flesh that he's dissected, and he's done these installations. Sorry, interrupted myself. Forgot what I was talking about. But
did they watch that very closely?
So this is called plastification. Sorry, what did you say, Zach?
Did they watch this guy pretty closely, like the FBI? I'm just saying. Anybody?
Well, I'm not sure about this guy, but he's kind of creepy looking in and of himself. This is the guy who does this exhibition. and he's the one who figured out this plastification process. But long before him, Girolamo Segato and this Guarini guy, they, long before him, Segato was doing this stuff as well. So closing these tabs because now
You
we're
think
talking
the
about
Egyptians were trying to mummify or trying to petrify using mummification?
Definitely. I think they were trying to dry it out. And again, I think that they were like children cheating in a way, trying to preserve their bodies again for the thing on there. But when you look at beautification, your body naturally turning into stone has always had a lot of significance. And in fact, they, again, with saints, they have, if you go to a Catholic church, you're going to have bones in all of the altars from supposedly saints, bringing the energy with it. It's really creepy, but it's been a thing throughout history about like mummification and doing this. And the same with when we cremate, or not cremate, but embalm people, and you're trying to preserve. I find it very, very creepy myself. I have specific requests when I die. There's a natural preserve not too far here that they let you do a green burial where you can be wrapped in and put into the earth. But if you're meant to turn to stone, I think your body will, again, they've found all kinds of miraculous conditions where people turn into stone where they probably shouldn't, because of the conditions and that. So again, I think there's some overlying vibrations and conditions to it. And I almost feel like when you're doing that, you're trying to cheat the system in a way, like, oh, because we're trying to wind up in stone, let's find a way to meet the ends, because supposedly if you look at the Book of the Dead and all the rules you have to follow in order to do it, it's a pretty long list. I think it's kind of like an insurance policy type of thing. But that's just my own thoughts, which again, random off, and I've never heard anybody else with the same thoughts. So just thought I'd throw it out there because it's a little bit different.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Yeah, it's getting late for me. It's 4 a.m. now. I shifted my schedule this time.
You are a wild one. Thank you so much for preparing for this one.
Yeah, let me just finish up any quick threads, which will probably lead to another hour. Oh, fact check. Reuters tells us Devil's Tower is not a tree, so you can rest assured it's not a tree. And
thanks, Reuters.
Fulgurites, that's another interesting thing. Gets back into the energetic, process of like what caused, like why are the petrified organs, if they're really organs, why are they found outside the bodies without any attachment to bodies? Anybody?
Yeah.
Took me a while before I even had a theory about it.
Say this again, and I see that you have fulgurites, which are supposedly lightning hitting sand. Right. Say what you just did again.
Yeah, it's saying this
is not a fulgurite. Okay.
It's not a fulgurite, but they are showing what fulgurites are, and I don't know. I haven't looked into this a whole lot. Almost looks like coral, but you can witness sand doing this. So, and this ties into the whole Lichtenberg figures. That fractal, like the Grand Canyon, and these. So when it gets hit, it undergoes this transformation.
Right, and in case, I don't know if it was clear to everybody, and maybe you skipped past it and didn't go loud enough, but fulgurites not occur in nature when a lightning strike would hit sand, hyperheat the sand, and turn it into glass in that shape on it. It's basically making natural glass. And he's right, a lot of those don't look like fulgurites that are popping out that they might identify as. But yeah, I didn't think that was clear, but I didn't know if everybody knew what fulgurites were.
Yeah, the reason I showed them is because with the heart stones, my theory is that I call it boiled egg theory, and basically if you take an egg and you crack it open, it's got fluid and it just runs out. But if you boil it for 6 minutes, all of those proteins, they denature, and then it hardens. And the longer you cook it, the more it hardens. So if you imagine cooking that with 10 or 100 times more, heat, and you pressurize it, think of a crock pot. If you want to cook rice, it can take you 30 minutes for brown rice, or you can put it in a crock pot and do it in 12 or something. So it reduces your cooking time when it's pressurized. So if you add pressure and loads of heat, what would happen? The reason I bring this up is because if you've got the chest cavity, you've got the abdominal cavity, and all of the organs, and they're floating in fluid. So they're wrapped in their fascial sacs, which is like the shell of the egg, and then if the body is hit by some incredible temperature or plasma or dielectric, whatever event, then as the outside portion of the body is being destroyed by the event, it would heat up everything internally as the outer portions of the body are being destroyed. And so what you would have is the chest cavity is one container, so it's like a double pot, and then the organ is in its fascial sac. And I actually got an interesting comment from somebody on my channel, which
Yeah, I
I'll
could
read.
see how that would do it. And I mean, you can pull apart the yolk and the rest of the egg after it's hard boiled, and they separate pretty easily. So
Yeah.
all this stuff inside your body, if it was like beef jerky, you were cooked real, I mean, that would make it to where your muscle and tissue and everything was preserved in a certain way. And then you give it so much time to calcify and all that kind of stuff. That's wild, man.
Yeah. This is the Lichtenberg figures I was talking about. So imagine like something doing this. You guys have seen the electrodes and the wooden table, and
yeah. I was gonna do it, but it's dangerous.
Yeah, it looks amazing. But I've seen it on a smaller scale as well, and it does this, and that's something totally different.
You know how many people have died trying to do that?
Oh, I didn't know it was that dangerous.
Well, they take apart a microwave and they use the transformer transformer from a microwave, or the magnetron from a microwave, and it's not safe. And lots of people, I mean, you just make a mistake and you die just from, accidentally touching this part. Yeah, lots of people have died trying to do that. So if you're looking into accessing the power to make those burning, be careful, please.
This message I got about a year ago. I was going to share it on my channel this week. It says, "You're on to something here. A few months ago, I cremated my Rhodesian Ridgeback on a funeral pyre, 5 foot tall, 8 foot long, 4 foot wide, of solid seasoned oak. This wood is known for its great burning properties. When it was all said and done, the only thing left that did not turn completely to ash was her heart. It was blackened and burnt, but still obviously a heart. Skull gone, bones gone, completely into ash and unrecognizable from anything else. The body's ashes are quite obvious against the wood, as I used 100% seasoned hand-split oak and made a perfect burning fire. The heart lasted through all the wood and was sitting on top of all of the ash after very light rain the next morning. It burned for 36 hours and was so hot that you could not get to within 25 feet.
What the hell?
Jeez.
How was that? That was a cool one to receive. There was another that was along a similar line.
Got truth bumps on that one too, by the way. I think
No
we all
doubt,
did.
Cammy.
You
Holy
just,
shit.
you know it's correct. You know, and protect. I mean, you just know it's right.
Here's a good one too. This is from about the sedimentary layering. He says, I've been waiting for somebody to pick up, or should I say trip up, on this issue of sedimentary layering. I'm a geologist, geotechnical and civil engineer, and yes, what Stellium7 presents here and in many of his other recent videos is highly plausible indeed. By the way, Stellium7 has no contact connection with me whatsoever. In hardened so-called sedimentary deposition rock profiles, what you are actually seeing as the exposed rock face is just a weathering profile and not necessarily a deposition profile. What you see can be the result of leaching and mineral exchange dependent on surrounding conditions. Fluid material deposits at the time, so he's talking about like receding floodwaters, right? Is the way I'm interpreting this. At the time, which provides that exchange. A weathering profile can simply strip back a previous building mineral exchange profile, like stellium describes when bone, for example, is built up. Presented here, I believe the disconnect with this viewer, with the viewer, is simply a matter of scale. And if this was presented at, say, the size of a handheld specimen, there would be absolutely no problem with the hypothesis. Just think about that, all you experts.
He's a
Yeah.
1,000,000% right on that. In reality, he knows he is. I'm glad an expert did that. And as far as they do the layering anyway, again, when you look at the layering and watch what happened with Mount St. Helens here in the States, they created what, over how many hundreds of thousands of years of layering over a day when the volcano erupted, and it created some landscapes on it. So, but
Yeah, I have that micro layering clip in one of my
Mhm.
Petrified Titans and Organs videos, because it's like just that clip alone like tells you, okay, well, how can they know what they tell us about strata?
right. And
All these
strata too. I went to Lake Powell every year for like over 10 years when I had a timeshare in a houseboat. And right now it's down very low, but as the water line would change at the lake, it was, artificially filled there, but it was creating all kinds of strata on the wall that you could see just by how much water they were letting go into the canyon that year. So you could see tons of markings on it that was very, very much, you were watching it be created in real time, and it certainly was not taking millions of years.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
you can
no,
sit there and listen to things, and you can say that empirical or observational testable knowledge is charlatan, but you should always be observing and testing your knowledge, and any knowledge that you don't employ some empirical testing to. This was, by the way, coming from a conversation Stelly and I had earlier in the day before the show, where somebody went after him saying that empirical evidence was charlatan evidence because the word empiric was used for a period of time, not in the beginning and not at the end, but there was a period of time where a group of doctors called themselves, like a sect called themselves, the empiric. And so empiric meant charlatan for that group of doctors, that they said, you should disregard all of the other knowledge. But empirical isn't really, it's just testing. You use it along with knowledge. Empirical is testing your worth, yes. And so for somebody to say that anything empirical is charlatan, fraud, or quackery, just makes you bang your head, because he was able to find that in the 15th century there was a group of empirics that were quacks, supposedly, and the word was used in that age in this time frame, but it wasn't why the word was developed, and it's not the common usage of the word now. So he found an archaic use of the word empirical. It made it empiric, where it's used charlatan as a definition and called it real. It's how people spin their little trolling on us.
it's the absolute least common definition of
Right.
the word. And I doubt it's even the original. You're talking about a group of people during a particular period of time. So I
Right.
think
No, the word was there before the sect was there, and it was only
method.
used during that time. I looked into it after we did that, and it's like, well, this man didn't do very much research at all in order to pick that, or he was intentionally trying to deceive. But again, somebody that called himself scientific, and how
Maybe
ridiculous Stellium's work is. It's based on empirical evidence, not real science.
yeah.
He tests his work, God damn it. You can't do that. That makes you a quack.
Well,
Okay,
that's the thing is, this guy that she's talking about, I sent a box of the Heartstones off to him because he contacted me because he was an amateur geologist himself, had always been interested in geology. His massage therapist came across my work and thought he would find it interesting and shared it with him. And he found the Heartstone phenomenon very curious and just kind of ignored the mountain thing, because that was obviously ridiculous in his mind. But he reached out to me and wanted to know if I was interested in sending him any samples so that they could be analyzed in a laboratory, and that a friend of his owned just such a laboratory in Arizona, I think it was, or New Mexico, I can't remember now. And they would pay for all of the testing and all, they'd even pay for the shipping if I was willing to send them. My first thought was, okay, maybe there's an agenda. But I had, in the previous video that I had done or two before, I literally put out a request, asking if anyone knows somebody, that's got the instrumentation and knows how to use it, because I sure as heck don't. So I wouldn't even know which tests to have ordered if I had an unlimited budget for research. So I initially looked into geology departments in Alicante, but that was right at the beginning of 2020 when everything shut down. And the more, it was a challenge just to get a CAT scan for some of the best specimens that I had of the Heartstones. I had a CAT scan done, which shows the inner chambers, but most of it is solid, so it doesn't show much. But anyway, so making observations, seeing things in nature, thinking of interesting questions. Why does that pattern occur? Formulating a hypothesis. Let's see, to develop testable predictions. Right, I did that with the eye. I didn't even know about the ear, and then got really blown away by the ear. And then with the testable predictions, I've got one here. This is a fun rock because I showed the pattern of this harp shape, and you've got that line there, which is where the suture is, which I was showing before when and then I was walking and I saw this one laying flat like this, and it was buried.
Well, can you do it that he's on the main screen that you can see him?
Oh, sorry.
I do not have that ability. That would be Josh.
Let's see.
In other words, what you guys are missing is that Michael is holding up, Stellium is holding up a rock while he's describing this, and I think it would help you all if you got to see what I got to see.
Yeah, if you just stop screen sharing, Mike.
Yeah, just stop screen sharing and just talk about it while you're showing it. You'll stay on the screen and nobody else talk while he's talking.
Yeah.
I will mute up. In fact, it's a good time to
stop sharing. You said. Oh wait.
Yeah.
Oh, how do I stop? Oh, there. The red button that says stop. Who'd have thought? All right, so this is this common pattern I showed you, like this rock earlier. It's the harp shape. It's often got that twist at the bottom. The tapering in on the sides happens when the heart goes into contraction. So when we die, the whole body goes into rigor mortis. So all of the muscles, it's counterintuitive. You would think that the muscles would relax on death, but they actually go into contraction because they need the energy to relax the muscle, not to contract the muscle. And so that rigor mortis is the lack of energy. So they lock in that on position until things start to break down and deteriorate, and then go soft again. But in that period of time, especially, I can't remember how long it lasts, like 24 hours or whatever. the heart muscle as well would be in full contraction during, you know, whatever happened to it. So that spiral contraction gives you that. You can see it a little bit here. It's like I find these all the time with this exact same correlation. This is an unidentified, very repeatable, provable pattern in geology. And when I sent these rocks to the lab, I sent pictures of the examples that. This is what I sent to them. Can you see that now, or you're not seeing my screen now? I have to start sharing again, don't I?
Yeah.
All right, before I do that, I just want to say one more thing. So testable, this is why I brought this up, testable, repeatable, you know, formulate a hypothesis. So my hypothesis, obviously, when I was walking down the trail and I saw this is another one of these rocks. And I can tell it's the backside because it's flat with just a slight inward curve, right? The front doesn't curve inward. That's not how it works when the heart contracts. So I said, when I dig this out of the mud, out of the dirt, I'm guessing that the front side is going to have a faceting that's like it's like three planes, one going this way off of the top, and then two going off of the sides. And so I pulled it out, and that's exactly what it was.
There it is. Yeah.
There's your repeatability, right? I didn't even see 2/3 of this rock, and I predicted what the rest of it was going to look like based on the pattern that I've been making all these videos about. I can show you countless of examples of these. See the curved underside? Tell me how this happens through erosion. The propeller, right? Oh, it's just river bottom, bang, 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 and water. Give it a couple 100 million years.
Water,
Right.
gravity, refraction.
Water.
We can add water to the.
When it's fleshy, right? If I wet this, I'm not going to do it because of my keyboard, but if that's fleshy, there's your suture line.
Wow.
Patent top, blood vessel opening. All right. There's another.
Have you ever broken one of these open to see if there's any?
I've sliced open a dozen, and in my next live stream, I'm going to show those. Alex,
not just one, folks. He's done a dozen. Okay.
I've been promising this for a long time, and people have been waiting for me to show up, and I disappear for like months on end sometimes. So here's again fleshy. If I wet this is oil right here. That's a stain that can be washed off. But it's very fleshy, and underwater, it's gonna reveal its pattern. Can't really see a spiral so much there. This one I showed briefly before. So bone white. I'm going to talk about that too, because where's all the blood, right? I do have a video called Broken Hearts Tell Tales, where I went out into the field, found them live. See the curved underside again?
That's crazy.
The twist. All different sizes, from like this. The small ones have just as much detail as the big ones, though they're far less likely to have chambers in them.
I can wig you out a little bit too, I think right now. Mike can give you another little test weapon for your things. The things that are made out of calcite, which a lot of this is going to, even though it's looking bone white, if you put it in a dark room and put a UV light on it, guess what color it's going to fluoresce? Zach, I've showed you in our office that stuff that we picked up. It fluoresces most of it light red.
I bought a UV light, and I tried that, and I didn't see anything. It was just dark when I turned out the lights. So if I show you this, and I show you this,
you're in too high of a spectrum. I need to change your bandwidth.
Yeah, we can talk in private about that, because I would love to know some more things I can do. You know, just other simple stuff.
Yes.
So I'm only showing you this much because this part of the rock broke away.
Ah, yeah.
Right, and you can see how fleshy it looks inside.
Oh, you almost see. It's like you can see spirals in there.
Yeah. Yeah. So this one I found today, just out on a little walk. It's a cute little one. and look, see that little, it's like a little dimple, right? But
Suture.
it's always, we're not taught that hearts have an up or a front or a down or a back, right? They're just random
There's the
broken
dimple. If you look up
pulled
on the
around.
screen, that's the dimple. I'm trying to show the dimple. I have a heart shape in mind. I'm mimicking every time you do a rock. I'm finding something similar that I can do it. But here's my heart shape, and here's my dimple, and my lines are all there. And not it set up for the microscope right now for where the rock is, so I'm doing it kind of backwards.
Yeah.
But I'm holding I wish I had my camera set up better. I just did it really short notice. But there's my dimple on the top of my heart-shaped rock. How cool is that?
Yeah, so for every one of those features, it becomes more, less and less like Walt's over there, just like.
Well, no, you just Cammie showed her rock. I've got one here, and that kind of points to something that's kind of been going through my head. So you're there. You've got to go to the elephant, and other people have these spectrometers and spectron microscopes and X-ray machines and all these heavy-duty equipment to prove this, prove that, not prove this, not prove that, whatever. And that kind of maybe some people go, oh, well, now I can't really see or prove whatever. Go outside and look on the ground. It's as simple as going and looking, just like we're trying to figure out the sky. Hey, look at it for a while. Go look at the ground. Take a walk. It's all everywhere. It's all over the fucking place. That's been my curse. It's finding too many rocks. Right. It's so easy to do. You can see it for yourself. It's right there. Just go out there and look for it.
Ask Zach how much fun I am to have it a parking lot at places when
Dude,
they have the little
I drive
rock
people.
and it goes around.
I drive my girlfriend crazy. Michelle goes nuts. She goes nuts. She's like, please, let's go inside. I'm like, okay.
No. The last time we went out, and Zach, this was at the bowling alley or whatever with a group of them, and it took me like 45 minutes to get into the door because it's like, check this out. This is bone. Do you see this? You see the bone markings on here? And yeah, all you have to do is open your eyes and look. You don't even have to go anywhere. If you go to the restaurant and go to the rock in there and start
restaurant
really
parking
looking
lots. Oh gosh.
Oh God,
don't
that's
get me
it.
started.
I know.
Well, I found this one walking through the neighborhood in Oregon, and I don't know what it is, guys. It's not necessarily a heart. I'll show you the pictures later, Mike, because we're getting on 4 hours here, and I don't want to keep us another hour. But I want you to look at these pictures because it's crazy shit. I don't know what I have. Oh, well, hell, look. Let me show you that. No, I'm kidding. Oh, wow. What is this? The heart without blood. Oh, there's your white heart.
Right. So I'd never heard of this process before. This is called decellularization, leaving only the connective tissue. Right. So I've got a whole bunch of pictures about that, but I'm like, what is decellularization? Physical methods and chemical and biological agents are used in combination to lyse the cells, followed by rinsing to remove cell remnants. So basically all of the fascia, so they can literally, without destroying the heart, they can suck all the red out of it, right? I'm reminded of an X-Men movie with Magneto, who is literally like pulled, like he wanted to
suck the iron out of the guy.
Prison, right? And he was in this electromagnetic containment chamber. So he had his girlfriend or whoever was helping him give the guard extra iron supplements in his food over weeks. So he had more iron. So Magneto was able to just pull the iron out of his body and then use that to make these balls, which then he used to just destroy his confinement. But so that's kind of like what they're doing with these hearts here. It's really trippy. So there's that, and then this woman is talking about
ultimate goal, this panacea of a whole functional organ, but the field has struggled with the ability to make sure that once you get cells into whatever scaffold or matrix you're using, that then there's a problem with getting all the media, the nutrients, all the things that the cells need.
Watch what they do. This is crazy.
So the beauty of perfusion decellularization is we start with all that architecture intact, and more importantly, that all the blood vessels, all the vasculature system is still intact. So when we introduce cells back into that organ, they will already have a natural supply and be able to be fed with oxygen and nutrients. Trying to establish that vasculature system. So we've definitely made that step.
How about that, huh?
That's insane.
So going back to this work. I mentioned Tom Cowan.
Heart, the other white meat. I'm sorry. Go.
I mentioned Tom Cowan a couple times because of the whole anthroposophy and these different ideas about the function of the heart. And it was really Torrent Guasp that figured it out. And so now we've talked about this, talked about this. This is amazing. This is positronic something or other. And see how they've shown it. That's the blood flow, that spiral as well. So it's a toroid. The heart is a toroid. That's the joke, right? They've got Iron Man with his arc reactor right there. We've all got an arc reactor. Truth in plain sight.
Heart is a vortex who also does really good work, or I haven't seen his work in over 10 years, but
who?
Dan Winter. If anybody is familiar with Dan Winter and his work, look it up. I believe he's living in Poland now. But definitely his vortex heart work on how it does it, and it's not a pump. He's got some amazing stuff that
right. People talk about him. People talk about Chesterhedron. You know, Chester with this 7-sided. It looks like a crystal. Are you familiar with him? Chester.
No, I don't know Chester. I know Dan Winter really well, and I know well, we won't even get into the Maru Foundation and that group, but yeah, I'm not familiar with Chester.
Art, just so I remember, and then the Frank Chester, I think Frank Chester, and the Chester.
So eerie, that organ with no blood. I mean, it was almost translucent, like a ghost, almost.
So yeah, and so the interesting thing about, well, now you can't see it so much, but that one I showed before that was broken, you can see it's got like an outer film. That's your pericardium. The heart has the thickest of those. So just finishing up the boiled egg theory, I think as the outer portions are being destroyed, the organs, and not all of them, but like kidneys, you find a lot of kidneys, the hearts, spleen probably, and then all the stones that the body creates, like kidney stones, gallstones, and you know they're created in large numbers. Show some pictures.
I have a few I can show you right now.
That's gallstone. Look at awesome. So those are already stone. So obviously, once the rest of the body is destroyed, those are released as little pebbles into the world, right? These are kidney stones. Notice the ring, the layering of them. So I think that.
Oh, this is fabulous. This is definitely. I want to go here. It's very different. Dan Winter's work is not. Dan Winter's work is the energy vortex of it. So if you were to pull up Dan Winter and put heart in on a image search, you'd see what he's doing. But this is the physical reality, which is. If that's really the stones, I want to touch the stones, test, and look at it from there. So that's fabulous. So Frank Chester,
so I'm just got to throw this out there. Those kidney stones you had, what like size were they in relation to like a body? Because I passed quite a few. And none of them were nicely rounded, smooth stones. None of them. They were all jagged, horrible,
spiky little COVID.
Yeah, those are the ones that get broken up, Walt. That's not
the big ones. I was going to say, those are the big ones that won't move out of the kidney. Those are the real big ones.
Yeah,
that's
what you had was a little chunk that broke off.
What I've had was nightmare. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, nightmare.
Here's a brain splat for the people that are still here after 4 hours.
Oh my fucking God. Get this dude on the screen.
Look at that. Put that on the screen. You got to get that on the screen, Stelly, and you're displaying, so that's not up there. I see it, but nobody else can.
I saw it.
Oh,
well, when I say nobody else, I'm never talking about you, Walt.
How do we do this again? I stopped sharing.
You just got to stop sharing and talk away.
Start talking and
let me just finish the Chesterhedron thing. So this guy has discovered stuff about the heart that relates to this shape. And he's a geometer and very fascinating guy. So there's him, Schauberger, GWASP, and it's like all these different groups are not mentioning each other, and it's like I don't even think they know each other. Like all of the English-speaking people that are talking far out stuff about the heart, like Thomas Cowan, and I've never heard him mention GWASP. So we're gonna get back to that, and I'll check out Dan Winter as well. But so let's see. Come back to that.
Yeah, Dan
And-
Winter is more the vortex mathematics.
All right, so here we go.
Oh,
So
that's one big heart.
Latin
Okay,
top, curving in on the sides. Okay, and then it's got the where it's worn away, it's darker inside, and then the back side. You've got your suture line, and there's your aorta and vena cava, right where it should be, right? And it's even got that curved underside to it. So that's a big one.
Wow, I was trying to be quiet the whole time so everybody could see what you were doing. I didn't want to make a noise.
I just muted up. I knew better. I couldn't stop, so I just muted up and did it to myself. Holy
It's
shit!
a big heart.
So cool.
A human heart is about as big as your hand. You see how big that was compared to his hand? That's a big heart.
Tell me how this happens by just random erosion. Look at how delicate that line is. And then it'll have indentations as well. So it's either openings and chambers, which is rare, because I think that a lot of them were under compression at the time. So going back to boiled egg theory, what about the bones? Why isn't the rest of the body being found? The rest of the body is being destroyed, but we know from fossilization that the bones are usually what they're finding, right? So where are the bones for these bodies where the organs came from? And it took me a long time, and it was in a conversation with a friend of mine named Nathan. And I told him I just assumed that the outer portions were being annihilated, and as the organs were cooking. And he asked me, have you ever made bone broth? And I've been a vegetarian my whole life. I've never had bone broth before. And he said, when you start cooking the bones, especially if you're using a crock pot with a little bit of pressure and heat, within about 3-4 hours, they already start to soften and turn to sponge. And that eventually they turn to a gelatinous material, which would be, like the quartz, that we see all over the place. So I thought that was pretty fascinating. So
Probably I'll be there and say a lot of some of the quartz and a lot of the calcite, especially matching it mineral for mineral. So yeah.
So let's see here. Can I just share? Gone through, there's a whole lot that I wanted to cover tonight. We've gone through a lot of it, so that's cool. So this is me. This was such an aha moment for me because I had already been on the heart shape thing. Then I discovered GWASP and the whole myocardio-ventricular band, and my brain went splat over that, epiphany, and then I had this aha moment where I realized that a lot of the stones that I'd already gathered had those suture lines in these same places, and so all of a sudden there was kind of an indirect connection between his work and the discoveries that I had been making. So here we can speed it up and just now the pattern. See, there's the aortal opening and the curved bottom. Sorry, that was too fast. See that?
They all have that curved bottom. All of them.
Not all, but I'm like, you got to understand that the hearts also can take any shape, really, and that sounds very vague, but like an elephant heart, I've got them here. Hold on a second. This is an elephant's heart.
Whoa.
Big round globular, right? But would flatten into like a big disc-shaped rock, right? So you would look for those other things like the blood vessels and this is the main suture. It's the interventricular suture. This is an idea of how thick myocardium can be. It can be like that. So there's a lot of different shapes that they can take. And then when it comes to the stones, they can, why does it keep going over there? Stay. There's just such a, what the heck? Stop that. Such a myriad of patterns that they can have, and they can be very big as well. It's the same pattern happening over and over again. Wow. And then I've had people send me pictures from all over. This is a picture that I used for the thumbnail of one of the videos. And then, there's some that are black also, like, I think, what is it, reptiles, certain creatures have dark blood, and that would explain that. So let's just draw this to a close with GWASP here, because so this is just me showing the rocks with the different, so you can, they can be round, they can be long and narrow, they can be fat. But the easiest ones to spot are the most common, which is cool, because the ones that actually exhibit the most features are the ones that are catch the eye most, because they're the most descript instead of nondescript.
So where to spot these, you have to know the overall themes.
Oh, that was a good, that right there.
No two are going to be alike.
So here you can see these flaps. On almost all of them, this whole section here is gone. So these are the atriums, and these are the ventricles. This is the major muscle portion of the heart. These are the passive filling portions. Passive filling. We're going to get to that in just a second.
Where to spot these, you have to know the overall theme.
Anyway, so I've shown enough of that to at least give a good idea. It's really easy to spot these once you've been shown this pattern. And see how often it repeats. So what are the odds that this is happening by random erosion?
I'm loving this. Now, Bob, while we're putting this in, my husband has been dropping you all kinds of links to Dan Winter and his work on it that will, again, do some math and some other handwritten diagrams behind this and what you're showing, too, that will, again, just fold over your work perfectly. Which, again, when you find truth, what happens is it really does start making a unified theory that it folds over in so many different ways that you gather your preponderance of evidence, as we call it, and have to start taking it a closer look, which I really appreciate that you're doing. Look at this. I want my hands on so bad.
This one here is, I'm thinking about slicing that one open. It's hard. It's kind of heartbreaking to break them open.
Right. Yeah. Literally, it's heartbreaking to take them open. Maybe you shouldn't. I don't know if it feels right. It is heartbreaking.
Well, yeah, there's another channel. I haven't mentioned him once tonight, but I should have. Mud Flood was Armageddon. It used to be Flat Earth Nation, and he had about 10 or 12,000 subs, and YouTube yanked him, and so he's built back up to, I think, about 1,000 now. And his channel is called Mud Flood was Armageddon, and he's coming at it from a very biblical perspective. But he's been there as long as Roger Spur has. They started making videos right around the same time. So Roger got those DNA tests for his different samples, and he can wave those around in every video, showing that he's got, what official science should be wanting to see in order to prove what he's been claiming he's already got, but nobody will look at it. So it's, he's the crazy, faceless, kind of kooky professor, trying to show the whole world this stuff from his room. and battling against the establishment. And I just knew early on I was not. I mean, I've kind of, in some ways, I've been dragged kicking and screaming into this. It's a lot of fun also, but it's not like I set out to take on an ology, or like I have the 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 mental capacities to do such a thing. But and I'm not interested in publishing science because I have no faith in the peer review process. Academia is so corrupted on so many levels. We talk for hours just about chiropractic and the history of chiropractic, but so
Awesome. Just dropped in that he happens to be live right now too, simultaneously at the same time as us.
Well, we've been live for about 4.5 hours now. It's creeping up on 10 o'clock here. I'm rolling up on 20 hours. I've been away.
And Josh is tired of hearing me talk.
Not me.
I'm loving it.
Okay. No, that won't happen. But we do have to probably, yeah.
I'm just going to wrap this up. But this is just an interesting thing, because remember when he was unraveling it and he flattened it out? There's a point there where he does a half twist. And when I saw that, you'll see in a second. I'm talking about
Mobius strip.
Mobius strip on it. Yep.
Yeah. So actually, I can.
Wow.
Has two sides. You can't get from the red side to the green side without crossing the edge. If you cut them, twist the front end by 180 degrees, or pi radians, and connect them again, you will have a Mobius strip, a mathematically non-orientable surface with only one boundary. Now you can travel along the red side to the green without going over the edge. If you twist the end again for a total of 360 degrees, you will have a twisted loop. You again can't get from the red side to the green side.
How does this relate to the topic at hand? Well, after picking my jaw up from the floor while watching Wasp do his dissection of the heart, I found my jaw right back down there again as I watched him roll the heart back up. The very first move he makes, following the natural fibers of the band, is a half twist before rolling it back up and returning the heart to its original shape. So, in addition to being a bidirectional toroidal vortex, the heart also appears to be a Mobius strip. While doing an image search the other day, it occurred to me that the shape of the red blood cells themselves are toroidal. I wonder if the blood isn't somehow magnetically pulled. I searched the interwebs, and apart from metaphorical references to the heart being a Mobius strip, I found nothing specific regarding the action of the cardiovascular system. So if no one else has made such a correlation, remember that you heard it here first. Geology appears to be in great need of revision. As more and more new information comes to light, it seems inevitable that geology will slowly morph into a new discipline, eventually becoming biogeology. My hope is that someday there will be reliable and cheap tests that will allow us to easily determine what something once was. I can't wait. Imagine being able to go down to a local store and buy yourself a Test a Titan kit, or perhaps another called Organ ID 123. I'm still looking into performing DNA tests on some of the stones I've gathered, and if anyone knows an economic, reliable method, I'd appreciate some info. In the meantime, I'll be attempting to network here in the region in hopes of finding someone with access to a CAT scan or MRI equipment who might be willing to facilitate research. 3D imaging can certainly reveal a great deal of the internal structures of the stones in a way that breaking them open does not. As a researcher, Wasp was the quintessential lone wolf, working the majority of his career in discoveries going unrecognized by his peers. But finally, one day, he was able to give what he considered to be the lecture of his life, displaying a heart directly before cardiologists in Madrid, Spain. And at the end of the presentation, the auditorium stood up and, standing ovation and applause. And fully satisfied, he went home to his hotel room and he told his wife, and actually died of a heart attack that night. When I read this and I heard about his life story, I was brought to tears. And it wasn't until I got to the end of one of the articles that I found out that Paco Torrent Wasp had lived and worked his entire life in Denia, Spain, which is literally 10 minutes from where I live, on the other side of the mountain Montgo. And already, as I was hearing his story, I was upset because I was thinking how wonderful it'd be to talk to him about what I've discovered about the rocks. Because if there was ever a cardiologist who was open-minded enough to consider the things that I'm presenting, it would be somebody like him. But he died in 2005, so 14 years ago. But I just find it utterly amazing, and another synchronicity that this man, who is the most important person in history for helping us to broaden our understanding of the function and the nature of how the heart works, he was a solo investigator, all on his own, in a town just on the other side of Montgo. What are the odds?
Wow. Man, 14 years. I bet
Crazy,
you
huh?
guys would have had some cool conversations.
Yeah, I would have loved to talk to him. So, and then I found out there was a foundation. There was one point I missed here. So like, I have a theory that maybe what's happening is because of the toroidal shape, you've got the fourth stage of water there, for basically the slip and slide. I think blood is basically being pulled through the cardiovascular system through some kind of electromagnetics. I know I'm
I
loose with
was
the
going to ask,
terminology.
is there
What's
a
that?
difference between your veins and arteries? Like maybe one's high potential or positive and the other one's, negative? And
I
that's
don't
kind of how it's all being pushed and pulled through. Because a positive, like if it charged it up, all the blood in the heart positive, then released it, all that blood would rush away, while all the blood that's charged negative would rush right towards it.
Yeah, that sounds like an interesting potential explanation. I was just going to show. So that video is called Petrified Organs. Where was it? No, Helical Hearts, Petrified Organs and Synchronicities. That's the one about Francisco Dorrant Guas. And then this video here is a 3-hour video I did going through all of the when I sent those rocks off to the laboratory. After a while, I got a reply, and the conversations were recorded. The initial conversation between Harry Hubbard and I when he reached out, he asked if he could record it, and so I got a copy of that. And then the conversation that he had with his friend who owns the laboratory, they also recorded. So I had all of our correspondence, and I had those voice conversations along with their quote unquote lab results. So in order to really cover that point by point, and I was very sparing with time and I wasn't repetitive, it took 3 hours. And that's a very, very interesting video because it really illustrates how someone who has a novel idea, if they start to brush up against academia, not that it wasn't an academic institution I was dealing with because it was a private laboratory, but when whether there was an agenda or not, you can decide for yourself after you've seen my evidence and then seen Harry Hubbard's rebuttal, which is 15 minutes, and you can decide for yourself if he was thorough in his rebuttal. It's good for comic relief anyway. I'm sure he thinks so as well. Anyway, so yeah, I didn't. This video is me presenting like all of the stones I've gathered and showing them by category and introducing that I was going to be sending these stones off for analysis. And then I did that Paradigm Crush video. I also reached out to the Foundation for Francisco Torrent Guas because I wanted to speak to somebody who was a cardiologist that might be able to look at some of my research with the stones. And they're not a geologist, but if I've got cardiologists confirming, and actually one reached out to me from Australia during the pandemic, and he's a little too worried about his reputation to speak publicly, but I talk about it in Paradigm Crushed at one point. Our correspondence, just to juxtapose this random guy who reached out to me, who was a cardiologist, who also had seen my videos and was just like, and to just juxtapose that with these guys with the laboratory was very interesting. Mud fossils, the heart of the matter, I've already talked about. Oh, this one is, I won't go for it now, but no, not that one. I have one video called Broken Hearts Tell Tales, where I go out into the field and I find a bunch of these stones and I just crush them against other stones. And it's amazing, some of the ones that I broke open, because some of them are fleshy and bloody inside, and they show valve structure. There's a whole lot just in that short video called Broken.
I'm gonna go break all kinds of stones now. I'm going to.
But I only do it when I have to, because it's not. There's
Careful,
yeah. So beautiful.
Careful, Zach. I might not let you on some of it. They're beautiful. They seem to, I have a feeling to
so
them.
many I want to crack open to see what's inside.
Well,
so
pick and choose. We'll do a couple.
Dude, if I only had some of those
ask.
I broke open as a kid, all those we had, literally probably 50 that we carried back home with us and kept and broke and kept thinking, at some point we'll find the dinosaur, right? And yeah, don't do it, Zach.
We can just because Zach will do the ones that ask to be broken open.
If they ask you to do it,
some of them, if they ask you to do it, some of them want you to say, "Hey, look, I've got something in here." So we'll just pay attention, because if you hold them, you really do kind of get fun feelings from them. I mean, they don't talk, they don't use words, but they do seem to call out sometimes on the ground, "Hey, look at me, pick me up."
That's
I know
what happened with
this.
The rock I brought back from Oregon that was just in the middle of a little tree area, sidewalk, landscape, rocks. And I'm like, what is that? Pick it up. Okay, I've shown y'all a few times. I put pictures on Skype. You can look at it closer. I don't want to start sidetracking.
Yeah, we really do need to be wrapping this up here soon anyway. Goodies. It is getting to be about that time.
Yeah, this is something I was looking for before I couldn't find. I just wanted to show you. This is what the isthmus looks like in the heart, and this is in several.
Right here.
I can see it actually. Yeah, it looks a little. Yeah.
That's crazy.
And then one last thing I was going to show you. So, the synchronicities are just like off the chart.
It's so nuts.
So this one here, check this out. Just want to show.
Wow.
Look at the side, when the part that's broken away, right? If that was there, it would look like all the other ones, right? That one's like 2 foot, and look at that. There's your
swirly.
There's your papillary muscles. Those are the muscles that pull the valves open. So is it pareidolia? Look at how bloody that one is inside. Somebody asked me if I smelled it, if I should have gotten it wet and smelled it, and I should have brought this back. That would have been a perfect one to do lab analysis on, looking. My guess, that's the Broken Hearts Tell Tales one. My guess is that DNA would not be preserved in whatever the process is, but maybe. So one last thing and I'm done. I called up the foundation, and I ended up, the person who answered was the wife of Paco Torrent Guasp. And so I had a nice brief conversation with her, and then I was asking her if she knew any cardiologists, and she put me in touch with her son. And her son called me back a short time later, or she gave me the number and I called him. And I talked to him a little bit, but I didn't want to tell him too much about why I was contacting him, because I was afraid he'd think I was crazy. But he was interested enough in what I had to say, and he said, "Oh, I'm actually coming to Javia later this afternoon. I could swing by your office if you like." And so I said, "Sure." And so he was a junior. He had the same name as his father. So from the time I called to the foundation the son of this cardiologist came and was in my office, and he was here for about 90 minutes, and we had a long conversation, and I give visuals for everything and recount the tale of this conversation, which was very interesting. So
it's awesome. What an opportunity.
Yeah.
And when are you going to be releasing the video? Did you say tomorrow?
I might go live tomorrow with it. Which video are you talking about?
With all the different stones and the ones you cut open and.
Yeah, the sliced stones. I'm going to do that tomorrow, and do a little brief go through on some of the. The editing software is my nemesis. And I just.
It is the bane of all of our existence.
I hate it. It takes so long, and to make it look good, like the just to give an idea, the unveiling of Titan, or the part 5 and 6 unveiling of Titan, those took me weeks to make, and the Petrified Titans and Organs part 1 and 2, those were both about a month long. So that's why I started going with live more.
Yeah, it's just easier, isn't it? You can answer questions right on the fly. There's so much more you can do live. Yeah, the whole video editing, that's my scourge. It's no fun.
Well, I'm sorry to the chat that we didn't take any time to,
We tried to keep up with the chat as hard as we could, guys, and it really was almost impossible. There was so much mind-blowing information presented here.
They were interacting with it nicely, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. We did. Me and Cammy and Zach and everybody was over there hanging out, trying to get with you guys and hopefully help. But definitely, we got all of your stuff linked up there in the description, Mike. And
Mike, I take it we're recording this with the chat. Stuff. Yeah. Because go back afterwards, Mike, and look at the chat notes, because I know Bob is linked all kinds of things that I know he wanted you to look at.
I've got all those tabs open now. Thanks, Bob.
But he was sending you things left and right, but that will be preserved with the show for you to go back in.
And then we also shared a ton of stuff for you here in the actual Zoom chat that we're in now that will all disappear, Mike, once we close this call. So
and I haven't even looked at that.
The links that are there in the little Zoom call chat are
a ton of stuff. There's like 4
There's like 3 or 4, maybe 3.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I dropped the one that had the Star Child skull from like 99 that I just want you to see the freaking morphology of that skull. It was insane. And then the other stuff are some like the rocks that Josh has near him, Elephant Rock State Park. So yeah, just once they're gone, it'll be hard to get them back to you there.
All right.
But I know we can connect with you, email, Cammy, your channel, etc. But just there they are. I dropped those pictures actually on Skype. Then I thought you may not be on Skype. I'll throw them on Telegram too.
He is on Skype. I chat with him back and forth.
We'll get together with you on Skype then. I'll look.
That's the easiest. Yeah.
We'll do that after the show. Like I said, I don't want to. We'll be here another 3 hours. Good Lord.
10-4 Globebusters. My husband's still awake. I do want to sneak out and do it just because we have a little bit less than an hour to go on our anniversary, and I could do one of 2 things. I could go party. Go party. No, you're fine. Or I could do dishes so we have coffee cups. Yeah.
Well, have a toast on me.
No, we definitely will. This has been a pleasure. I love talking rock. Thank you so much for coming on. And I liked it. Nemo said episode 3 in 3 weeks. What question mark? Which I'm not ruling it out. I'm not ruling it out again.
Next time I'll listen a lot more, and maybe we can.
No, brother, you were great. Don't feel like you did anything in an improper manner here. You did nothing but melt brains and drop serious acid hits on all of us.
One final disclaimer: I could be wrong about it all.
We're mostly probably nuts as fuck, all of us sitting here. So go right ahead.
I'll say that.
It is.
But just one last little thing. Oh, I'm not sharing. I was going to bring up the coincidence list again for a moment ago. Like, what are the odds? Come on. How would you calculate them? It's but I could be wrong about it. So.
my respect for your work is a lot of it based on that you could be wrong about everything, because I go into everything that I do also thinking like the same on it, but that you keep on working on the preponderance of evidence, and that if you actually had something that went the other direction, you're open to it. It's not like you're just trying to prove your point. You're trying to find the truth. And I recognize like the skill set on there and the data collection and all the hard work it takes to get at the truth, as opposed to just jumping to the easy answers. So again, the meticulous way you're putting this together, keep going, sir. It's, well, I mean, it takes a while to catch on. This is groundbreaking. And I think you're doing it better than anyone, in my humble opinion. But that's just me, because I like it. I like the style. I like it that everybody is doing it. But I wish that I could take your logical brain and pop it all over the place. That's, just give a little piece of it places, saying filter it out like that. Look. So thank you so much, dude.
A lot of abstraction as well. That's the problem.
Right. You do have.
My brain is all over the place, and I have so many interests, and I get bored with things, and so yeah.
Same here. Yeah, you jump away for a little while, come back to it. Yeah.
Sometimes I feel like Dory, in Finding Nemo.
I know. I couldn't imagine being a teacher and having to teach the same subject and the same things over and over and over and over again.
Especially if they're lies.
Yeah. Especially if they're wrong.
Well, yeah. I mean, even if they weren't lies, I couldn't just. That'd be so boring. Just all day long, 7 classes teaching the same thing.
Sorry, I have to share a couple memes real quick.
It's always good to end on a good, funny meme.
Here we go. Oh, here we go. Just some random pictures. This is in Denver.
Nice.
That's the moment.
Oh, I know that guy.
That's the moment.
I know both of those guys. Yeah.
It was so cute. She was wearing his Flat Eddie shirt. I got so much food from there. But oh no, I had a meme, and it's a little kid that's just thrown a whole bunch of books into his toilet, and it says, and the meme is, when you find out the Rockefellers made your school books.
Oh, that's awesome. Really good points. Good stuff.
I had a bunch of them, but I can't find the folder.
Speaking of those memes, sir, the meme lord himself earlier gave us a super chat, and I neglected to mention it. I saw it, and then you hit my brain with something and broke it. So thank you, Mike THC channel. I saw that. Flat love from the Flat Earth Farms, brother. Love you. Thank you.
Oh,
and there may have been others I missed totally. If I did, I love y'all, and I'm sorry, but I definitely saw that one.
Oh, I want to tell people in the chat, in case they do not know this is going on, just to know how wonderful our guest is, and how when he said changing his schedule for us, go ahead and tell people what time it is there, because I'm guessing, Alexa, is it 6 o'clock in the morning now there?
Right, you've got daylight probably, right?
You're coming on daylight.
This is what time we're getting up doing our show on Tuesday.
It's so hot during the days right now. It's actually a pleasure to be nocturnal for a change. So it's been fun.
Well, if you're still nocturnal next week, I think we have. Do we have?
We have Autodidactic coming in next week.
Who is your friend?
Campbell will be here, and we are super excited to have him back. It's been always, again, get ready to drop some serious mind breakers, because he does it as well.
And if you want to sit,
awesome.
listen
if you
on
want
one
to come
of those,
hang, if you want to be in on it, man,
come in on it. Come on
part
in.
of it, please, Michael. That key is eternal. You are now part of the family. You cannot ever be locked out, unless Cammie does it. No, I'm just kidding. You are open to come anytime, man. Anytime.
You might need one of these though. Where is it?
Well, where it is. That's right. I do want one of those.
Oh,
in the
I
worst
do too.
fucking kind of way now. I'll have to just rig me one together.
Good shit. Shout out to Any Word there on Rockfin as well. Been hanging tough pretty well the whole show.
Awesome. Thank you on Rockfin that I didn't even open. Sorry. I didn't. There's too many tabs. And now I've got 18 more.
That's the way to do it.
I knew I missed so many things in chat because I was just constantly staring at what Mike was presenting. Just mind blown just staring at it like, oh my gosh, no way.
All right, let's get out of here. I have got to go do something. I need to take Tylenol. I need to.
I'm sorry you hurt,
do
man.
something.
Nah, he's hurt his back. Sorry you're still feeling.
Yeah, no, that's not
bad,
on you, Mike.
man.
That wasn't a
You
dig
didn't do
at
it.
you.
No, he's
You didn't do
old.
it. No,
He's getting old.
he's ancient,
I'm
like
old
the rest of us.
and stove
He
up.
was already whining about it this morning early. I heard you.
I was. I've been whining about it for like 3 days, for what it's worth.
Rest up, brother.
I will.
Shower your man with some love, Cammy.
There you go.
With pleasure.
Tell Bobo from us, big hugs. Congratulations. You guys are one of the most amazing couples, and I'm so glad y'all are still strong after all the craziness.
It is.
Man, it's a crazy world.
It
Love
is a
y'all,
crazy
love y'all.
world, and yeah, I feel it's really something. 22 years. I'm proud of us. Happy anniversary, sweetheart. I love ya.
And
Truly
thank you
blessed.
guys. Thank you, Mike, for coming to hang out. It's always a pleasure. Always a good time. Always a great conversation. And hopefully we'll be doing it again very soon. Anybody else got anything? Anything at all? Nope.
Happy Friday, my friend.
Happy Friday, my friend.
One quick one. Cheers, Spicy Sarah and Grip. I don't think we're going to get over for a nightcap tonight, but we are going to hitch up another time.
Yeah, tonight's it ran over a little longer than our usual time. Sorry about that.
That's my fault.
No, not your fault.
Not your fault. And I told him ahead of time, we're going to be talking about rocks and mountains and things. I don't see this being a short show. They're like, if it's a short show, just a couple hours. And it's like, I pre-warned them on it. It's like, no. I don't think this is going to be a short one because